I was going to have a conversation between Luma's counsel and bondholders counsel as to who would cross first, but right now all I have is bondholders counsel, so you're going to cross first on executability. So I want to start right on time. That's how we go. Who is crossing?
I'll be starting. Yeah, Mr. Melendez for me and Mr. Shearman for Mr. Nathany.
Okay, let's everybody take our seats and get going. Mr. Shearman, I've sworn you already. Mr. Hurley and Mr. Hogan, I've sworn you already. All right, gentlemen, have a seat. Let's get going. 1:25 is my start time. It's now 1:27. All right, Mr. Brady, we're now talking about executability, and try to keep in mind what I asked you to keep in mind, everybody. And Mr. Brady, please continue.
Thank you. For the record, Corey Brady, Weil, Gotchall, and Manges, representing National Public Finance Guarantee Corporation and speaking on behalf of the bondholder interveners. Good afternoon, Mr. Melendez.
Good afternoon.
So I'd like to talk with you about executability, and I'm going to generally follow the agenda and start with staffing increases. So as we were discussing before lunch, Luma is projecting to, within your department in particular, significantly increase staffing after a new base rate is approved, right?
Correct.
So sorry to go back to head counts, but I'm just trying to lay the context here. What is the current head count in your department total?
Current head
As of
count
today,
as of
or as close to today as you
1,000. Just use 1,000, which is the number we talked earlier today. But
okay, about 1,000. Could we pull back up Luma Exhibit 5.00 and maybe just leave that up if you could?
right here. Let me move this in here. See if seems like it's going to be referenced quite a bit. So let me. Thank you, man. I'll just leave it. Which page?
Oh, yes, it looks like it's on the screen now. Give me one moment. So it'll be page 39, table 3. And could the clerk scroll down a little bit so we can see the bottom row of that table and maybe zoom in a little bit for all of our sakes? Do you see the bottom row where it says total, Mr. Melendez?
Yep.
And this table is showing the total, it's showing the total and a breakdown of the different sub-departments within your department, right?
Correct. Yes.
And as we discussed, you submitted this testimony back on July 3rd of this year.
Yes.
So as of that time, the total in your department was 1,506.
That was the budget. Yes.
Okay. And as of today, it's about 1,000.
Correct.
Okay. So it's decreased about a third since July.
Yes.
Okay. Looking ahead now to the rate case period, you're projecting adding 1,172 full-time equivalents to your department over this rate period, right?
Yes. If we're doing the math, yes.
Yeah, if you look at the number in fiscal year 28, which is the number that's here in this table, that would be the increase, right?
Yes.
But because, as you just said, you're currently at 1,000, the increase now would be 1,678, right?
To the rate 3-year period?
Yeah, what I'm asking you is to,
Yeah.
because it's 500 lower now, you basically have to bridge to an even higher number than you did back in
Understood. Yes, yes, yes.
And it's harder to hire those incremental 500 employees than it would have been starting at the number back in July, right?
It could be, yes.
I mean, in a world where you didn't have to hire 500 different employees versus a world where you do, it's harder to hire the 500, right?
Yeah, what I want to clarify when we talk about headcount and FTE projections, right? As I shared before, there's a total count of individuals that are part-time in many of these cases, right? I just want to make sure that it's not viewed as an entire full-time people working. There's a combination of both headcount and full-time equivalents.
Okay, but could we go to page 36 of this exhibit? It's line 818, I believe. So keep scrolling up, please. 818. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yep.
So your testimony here is towards that end, capital programs is projecting adding 1,172
Mhm.
full-time equivalents FTE over the 3-year period. Did I read that right?
Yep.
Okay, so that increase is full-time employees.
Yep.
Not part-time.
It is yes. Yes.
If to the extent they're part-time,
Yeah.
you're adding them up to be an
Correct.
equivalent of.
Yes, correct, sir. You're correct. Yes.
Yeah, so the 1,172 number, just so the record is clear, is actually full-time positions.
Yes.
Thank you. And it's your testimony that adding all these employees is what you need for your department to be optimally staffed, right?
To execute both an NFC and FEMA, yes.
Would you agree that having a staff of professionals with technical mastery is one of the reasons you believe LUMA can execute on its capital plan?
Yes.
But as we've discussed, the headcount in your department has actually declined in the last several months,
For other reasons, well, yes.
and it's declined quite significantly.
Yes.
And so that makes it harder for you to execute and have that confidence that we just discussed than, say, when you submitted this back in July.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that context, but because a reduction in particularly in the headcount that we had available as of July versus where we had today has to do with a transition period that we started from some skill sets to new skill sets. That's part of the overall plan.
But you have a bigger lift now compared to what you
No,
had,
that's
compared to what you had when you wrote the testimony, correct?
That's correct.
That's what he's asking next.
Right. And I mean, to that point, there were 500 more people here in July doing all kinds of things in your department, right? Talking about engineers.
Yep.
Linemen.
Administrative staff.
Yeah. So people doing real work, right? That aren't there anymore.
Yep.
LUMA recently terminated 168 employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
And since July, apart from the 168 in the layoffs, LUMA has also terminated 22 other employees, right?
No.
The 22, please.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify, we have those are people separated, not necessarily terminated.
Okay, and well, these questions may actually go to you, Ms. Gomez, so you can keep the microphone. Could we pull up bondholder exhibit 590 and bondholder exhibit 588.1?
590 first.
We can just keep 590 up and go to right to 588.1. I'm sorry, I don't think that's it. It is bondholder exhibit 588.1.
And meanwhile, take a shot at the question, would you?
Well, it was a follow-up to what Ms. Gomez just said, so
Okay.
I'm trying to ground us in a document here.
Mr. Soldberg, if you have a list of exhibits that you're going to use during your cross, give them to me at some point soon, please. Not on the record, just hand them to me.
I hope not to have any.
Or what?
I hope I don't have any.
Okay, good answer. Okay, Mr. Brady, go ahead.
Okay, do you recognize this chart, Ms. Gomez?
Can you, I can't really see it even with glasses.
She doesn't have a computer in front of her.
Could you zoom in, please? Maybe even further. There's a lot of white space on the right.
Why don't you check out the computer next to you, ma'am?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that now.
Well, you're better than me. Go.
Okay, do you recognize this chart now, Ms. Gomez?
Give her a moment. Give her a moment. Take your time, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay, and do you understand this to be referring to the number of employees that have left Luma for one reason or another between July and the present?
yes,
Okay, and do you see in the rightmost, the two rightmost columns where it says reason of separation and number of employee?
yes,
And then for termination, it says 190.
yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there have in fact been an additional 22 employees terminated as between July and today?
If that is the math, the reason for those separations were termination.
Right, which was my question. And you said separation, not termination. So I just wanted to clarify that it was in fact termination.
Because I understood your question to be related to the 451. So there were 451 separations, and that is what I was clarifying.
Right, I think we got our numbers crossed. So there was the 168 in the layoffs, right?
Yes,
Yes.
ended up being 166.
And so 190 in this chart minus 168 is 22 additional terminated beyond the layoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was what I was getting at. Thank you. And these terminations affected a number of departments within Luma, right? As shown in this chart.
Correct.
And Mr. Melendez, that includes your department, right?
Yes,
And your program here in this chart is capital programs, engineering, and asset management.
that is correct.
And the number of employees that have separated for whatever reason in your department is 263, right?
Yes.
Mr. Shearman, kindly pass that microphone down because you won't be having to speak for a short while. So they can share two rather than one. Thank you, sir. Back to you, Mr. Brady.
Thank you. Thinking now just about the 168 layoffs, is it true that about a third of those were from your department?
Yes, the math is right. Yes.
Do you believe those layoffs affect Luma's ability to execute its proposed capital projects?
No.
Okay, so all else being equal, is it harder to execute on capital projects with fewer employees?
I don't think all else is equal, right? Because all these resources are administrative resources or resources that we're doing special studies that are basically phasing out. I mean, they're not, or that doesn't have direct impact on execution. We can overcome that.
Okay, so you're saying these 55 positions that were eliminated from your department weren't necessary, really?
That is not what I stated. What I'm saying is, and if I may, but about 31 of them were seconded employees that were doing either part-time work or they were doing work remote that we phase out that work and we absorb it internally as we're transitioning. That's what I mentioned to you, that even though there's a lower amount of resources today, it's part of a transition into scaling up to where the needs are longer term.
Okay, so help me understand this, because on the one hand, I hear you saying that losing the 55 does not affect executability. And on the other hand, I hear you saying that losing the 55, those positions were necessary. So which is it?
So the 55 we're comparing two different things. Is the type of resources that we needed. The resources that were part of the layoff, so in my area, of the 130 you mentioned, the majority of them were non-full-time employees that were doing transitional work that is called seconded employees that were already discussed. And we'll make a very administrative work, things that we're doing that we're transitioning to do it with tools, or we're transitioning the work to other people. That's how we selected, and it had the main drivers had to do with 225 projects that got removed from the list from FEMA. It also had to do with our liquidity situation. Those were kind of drivers for the layoff itself.
Okay, so you're saying these positions were necessary.
They were, as I understand it, this is what you're trying to say, okay? There's either a dispute here or there's not. you're cautioning the questioner against treating all employees as precise substitutes for each other. There was a particular set of jobs that that a particular set of employees were well suited for. Those jobs have been completed. You've said bye-bye to those employees, so you don't have to pay them anymore. Now you've got these other jobs that could raise executability questions, but those are not the places where you've declined the employment. Is that what it is?
That is correct.
Okay, next question.
May I
Mr. Hempling.
clarify?
You always do, Ms. Gomez. Go ahead, but then it goes back to Mr. Brady as always.
Before she does, Mr. Hempling, I just respectfully would like to put on the record an objection to these interjections where you're effectively testifying for the witness and then asking them if they agree. I don't think it's proper. The witness can testify for themselves in answer to my cross.
All right, the objection is noted. My disagreement with you, Mr. Brady, and there's no obligation on you to agree with me, is that sometimes when I see a lack of complete mutual understanding between witness and cross-examiner, that sometimes I think I have a feel for what's being asked, and I put the words in the witness's mouth, and the witness is capable of telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I appreciate what you're saying. I will take care to be contributing value, but for now I don't agree with your objection, but thank you for raising it. Next, back to you.
Thank you. And I would just add that when you put the words in the witness's mouth, you are in a quasi-judicial role here, and so the witness doesn't really have an option other than to agree with you. You're not an attorney questioner in the way that Ms. Mercado or I is.
I appreciate again what you're saying. I don't agree with you. The witness has no options. The witnesses are perfectly capable of telling me I've got it all wrong, and I expect them to do so. I'm really just a low-level employee, low-level contractor trying to keep the traffic going. But I will take care, Mr. Brady, and you have reserved your objection. Next question, please.
Okay, so Mr. Melendez, I'm trying to understand the distinction that you're making. So it sounds to me like you're saying that these 55 positions were necessary, but you had to let them go for whatever reason. Is that fair?
So,
Excuse me, can I clarify, because that's just the point that I wanted to clarify when you started talking. When we looked at the reductions that we did, there were several considerations. One, to Pedro's point, the number of seconded employees that their assignments were ending. So those were people that were going to return to wherever parent company they came from. We eliminated some remote part-time seconded positions because we automated or we changed processes and they were no longer needed. And we also considered the usual continuous improvement process that every company goes through, where as you evolve and as you automate, as you strengthen or revise your processes, there are some positions that no longer are contributing at the level that they did when they were hired. So all of those pieces put together resulted in the reduction that we did of the 166 employees.
Thank you. That's helpful clarification. So just zeroing in on the second two categories that you had, I think one you said was basically efficiency, and the other one you said was ongoing improvement. Is that fair? Ongoing organizational improvement.
Ongoing organization improvement is part of the efficiency. Exactly. Here we had to do more because we have a liquidity issue. So under the cash constraint, we had to reduce our cost.
Okay, so for those two categories, or call them one category, either way, the efficiencies and organizational updating, that would be like, let's say you use AI that can do someone's job that previously had to be done manually, something like that.
Yes.
Or you find that somebody is not working that many hours and two positions can be combined into one.
Could be.
Okay, so things like that are not really due to liquidity constraints, are they? They're just good operational management.
That was my point.
Okay, so then you're saying at least some of these terminations were not due to the account funding issues with PREPA.
Yes.
When did you realize that these, we'll call them efficiencies, existed, and therefore the positions had become unnecessary?
I don't have that detail.
Well, let me try it this way. As soon as you realized that you could achieve these efficiencies, did you lay these folks off or did you keep them on for a while?
Again, every company goes through a continuous review of the positions that they need and they don't
I
need.
understand. I'm not
We
asking
have
about
let go.
every company. I'm just asking
Can I
about
finish?
Luma.
Oh, you have to answer his question, ma'am.
I am trying to answer. We have let go 451 people. So part of those terminations are in fact people that we did no longer need in the organization.
Okay, but that's an I think what your answer just contained was a numeric assessment, and I'm asking you about timing, not numbers. I'm asking you when you realized that these efficiencies existed, let's say because you started using an AI tool or because someone was only working 4 hours a day, so you combined into 2 jobs or whatever. Did you immediately terminate those people at such time, or did
My
you keep them
answer
on?
addressed both timeliness and numerical numbers because those terminations were happening since the summer.
Well,
He's asking you whether you terminated them as soon as you learned that there were efficiencies to be gained from the termination. Did you, ma'am?
it's just a yes or no.
I'll answer yes. I would have to look at the detail.
Okay, so again, when you did that, it really did not have to do with a liquidity-related layoff. It had to do with your own organizational processes.
Could be.
Understand the word could be when he's asking for a yes or no question. Can you answer a yes or no, or can you not, ma'am?
I'll answer yes.
Thank you. We've been discussing a number of employees that have separated from Luma since July, right?
Yes.
About 500 or 400 and something?
51. Yes.
451. Okay, so is Luma planning to reduce its proposed budget for labor in this proceeding to reflect the effects of 451 fewer employees?
No.
That's a no reduction?
What we're talking about here is the optimal budget for the optimal volume of work and projects that we are committed to complete.
Right, but your labor costs are lower as you sit here today than they were in July, right?
Yes.
You've got 457 fewer people on your payroll than you did then?
Yes.
Where are those savings?
If I may,
1 second. I'm just curious. If you laid people off, but there's money in the budget, are you receiving the money?
We don't have the cash. So one thing is what the budget says and the other is the cash that we have. So the reductions associated to these to the reductions that we did was $16 million.
Okay. Mr. Brady?
Thank you. I want to go back to this reason for separation column on the right. Do you see where it says resignation 142?
Yes.
So would those be 142 people who themselves chose to leave Luma as opposed to Luma terminating them?
Yes.
And then contract ended 116. Would that be 116 people whose contract could have been renewed, but it was not?
Could be. Yes.
Well, to Mr. Hempling's point just now about could be, I'm really wondering.
I said yes.
Yes, thank you. And out of this 451 number, only 3 retired during this period, right?
Yes.
So the vast majority are either being non-renewed, terminated, or actually left on their own.
Yes.
So back to you, Mr. Melendez. As opposed to adding positions in your department, as you've testified you need to do in order to reach optimal staffing, your headcount's actually trending sharply downward, right?
yes.
There are other challenges to increasing staffing levels beyond just having cash, right?
Yes.
For example, is it true that Luma faces a limited supply of trained workers?
Luma as an organization, the answer is yes.
And that issue is also endemic across the industry, right?
I wouldn't use the word endemic, but it's an issue that every industry faces.
Could we go to Luma Exhibit 7-4? Mr. Melendez's sir rebuttal. And for the clerk's benefit, that's 74.
Exhibit 74, please. Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I am looking for the page. Yes, I have my.
Okay.
The page would be 52.
Tell us when you're there.
I'm still waiting for that on the screen. Okay, page 52, line 1087.
Yes.
Okay, scroll down a little further.
Yes.
Okay, so do you see at the beginning of your answer here, I'm sorry, you just zoomed out. I can't really see it anymore. Could you zoom back in, please? Luma has a plan to address the scarcity of skilled workers, i.e. transmission qualified electrical workers and protection and control engineers in Puerto Rico, an issue that is endemic across the industry. Do you see that?
Yeah, for that specific kind of workers, yes.
Okay. And that was your testimony in sir rebuttal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a widespread problem, right?
For that kind of skill set, yes.
And would you agree that Luma has struggled to find qualified individuals to hire?
Yes.
In fact, isn't it true that Luma has faced critical staff shortfalls?
And in its history, I'm just want to understand your question. In the history of Luma,
Yeah, sure.
in this, yeah, I will expect so for a new company.
It's a historical reality of Luma, right? That's happened.
I think it's a part of the reason Luma exists, right? It's a new company came into Puerto Rico and needed to staff up and hire, and that's kind of what I'm trying to answer your question to, from a critical positions to be able to do it in a new startup. So.
And this lack of specialized labor has posed a challenge to Luma, right?
In the past, yes.
And it's a continuing condition in the industry, as we discussed, right? It's not just in the past.
For specific skill sets, as I said, that's what I'm trying to make sure the answer will be yes, yes.
And do you agree that Luma will have to continue to deal with this challenge to executability going forward?
You said executability and trying to figure out, we're talking about staffing or?
Are you going to continue to have this struggle?
It's a struggle we'll have. We have a plan.
I said, are you going to continue to have a struggle of
Yeah.
hiring skilled
Yeah.
employees? Yes or
Yeah.
no?
Yes.
Okay, next question.
Do you recall we discussed seconded employees before lunch?
Yes.
It's actually Luma's position that seconded employees, as you said, are necessary because of skill and capacity gaps in labor supply, right?
Mhm.
Yes, just say yes or no, not
Yes.
uh-huh.
Yes. Yes.
And generally, those skill and capacity gaps are because the energy industry is experiencing high demand right now
Yes.
because of a number of infrastructure projects around the United States
Yes.
and elsewhere.
Yes.
Is it true that it can take several years to fully qualify new journeyman line workers?
Yes.
So even if you had one of these journeyman line workers in training, say, right now, you might not actually be able to use them fully qualified for a few years.
It's a question probably more for Mr. Burgermeister from that side. He's the one that qualifies the teammate.
Okay, that's fine.
And I did testify a little bit earlier today that yes, we do have several in training. And yes, you're correct. It takes about 3.5 years to qualify a worker from zero all the way to qualified. And but we have many in that category, and we're graduating. We graduated 40 this year alone, and we're going to continue to graduate several.
That was the apprenticeship program that you mentioned earlier.
Apprenticeship program, yes.
Okay. But if someone walks into that program today, they're not going to walk out fully qualified until 20 to 29 or something like that.
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to switch gears and talk about materials and equipment. I think this is still on you, Mr. Melendez. Is it fair to say that LUMA's optimal budget contemplates a large increase in obtaining both materials and equipment?
Accounts for a lot of the on-hand equipment already contracted. So what you just stated is more. Neon has some of it, but the majority is either on-hand or already contracted.
Okay, but you're going to be receiving more materials and equipment over the rate case period than
Correct.
yeah, over the last 4 years.
Yeah. We have to continue acquiring more, receiving more. Yes.
As you've mentioned, you have all of these transformers that are coming,
Yes.
poles, and so on.
Yes.
So similar to labor, I want to ask you, there can be challenges beyond just having cash to procuring materials, right?
Yes.
For example, LUMA's facing supply chain issues, right?
Phasing. I'm not sure. We'll say phasing. We're in a better position than many, but
Are
yeah,
you're facing supply chain problems?
that I don't offer this hands right now. No, I mean we
Could
did.
the clerk pull up LUMA Exhibit 5.00?
Are you
Should
sure
actually.
about your answer that you have no supply chain problems? You sure of that?
So when you say problems, is it problem?
Respectfully, Mr.
Let's-
Hempling, I would like an opportunity to impeach the witness.
All right.
Yep.
Trying to save time.
LUMA Exhibit 5.00, please. It should maybe already be up. I used it earlier.
Which my
It's
testimony
Your
or
direct testimony. Yeah, you
Right.
should have it.
okay.
And I'm going to be going to page 21 for the clerk. It may make sense if the clerk just like kind of kept that up and minimized or, yeah. So page 21, question 33. And the question is, are there other contributing factors hindering LUMA's ability to stabilize? I'm sorry, could you scroll down, please? You were in the right place. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Are there other contributing factors hindering LUMA's ability to stabilize the T&D system? Yes, LUMA is facing supply chain issues. Do you see that?
That is correct.
That's your written testimony, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you agree that there are real disruptions in the global supply chain?
Yes.
And those supply chains are actually more impactful in Puerto Rico than for utilities on the mainland, right?
Could be yes.
Because Puerto Rico is an island in the middle of the Caribbean, right?
Yes.
Harder to get materials here than, say, the Midwest.
I don't necessarily say harder, but it is on an island. Yes.
Well, there are more ways to ship large materials to, like, say, Chicago than there are to San Juan, right? Can't send a transformer on a rail car to Puerto Rico, right?
No, you can, but you have to be able to bring in the water regardless, right? Because you could be manufacturing it from anywhere outside of the U.S. and get all the way to Chicago. That's what I'm referring to, right?
Right. Or you could be manufacturing it in the
could be.
Midwest and
Correct.
shipping it by rail to
Correct.
Chicago.
Correct.
That's not an option in
It's
Puerto
not
Rico.
correct.
Truck transport's not an option from the mainland.
Correct.
Is it true that there are key pieces of equipment LUMA ordered several years ago that still have not arrived in Puerto Rico due to supply chain issues?
Be cautious when I say for supply chains issues themselves, right? They're coming based on the schedules.
Okay, so let's
Frank,
go back.
can you re-ask the question? I want to help you answer the question. So trying to make sure I understand what.
Yeah, sure. So is it true that there are key pieces of equipment LUMA ordered several years ago that still have not arrived in Puerto Rico due to supply chain constraints?
They have not arrived. That is correct.
Not arrived. Yeah. Thank you. In fact, there are significant quantities of equipment that LUMA has yet to receive due to supply chain challenges, right?
Yes.
Is it true that large power transformers can take 80 to 210 weeks to procure?
Yes,
And 210 weeks, that's like 4 years, right?
that's correct. That's what we're expecting them to receive in this year because they were older than 3 or 4 years ago.
4 years, that takes us past the rate period if it was
No,
starting today, right?
that's what I'm trying to say. They were already several years ago. We're expecting them to receive them like right now. We're going to receive several this month. We're receiving several this year. We have 31 coming up this year and several others. So we are at the end of that 4-year period you just made mention to.
Mr. Melendez, let your lawyer do the elaborating and just answer the question, please. I know you know where he's going, and it's fine. This is traditional stuff. Just answer the questions, please.
So following up on your answer, it's your testimony that LUMA has already ordered every single large transformer it's going to need for its entire LTIP, 10-year LTIP?
No.
Okay. Is it your testimony that LUMA sitting here today has already ordered every single large transformer it's going to need over the rate case period?
The 81s, yep, probably yes.
Every single one.
To be exact, I can't be that exact. I can't predict the future, but we have put an order for over 80 some of these. That is what it will take in the next 3 years to install.
And Mr. Burgermeister, throughout this hearing, has been talking about the concept of finding problems as you go through the system. Is that fair?
Yes,
As you do inspections, you find new things that you didn't know about, right?
that is correct.
So if you find a new large transformer you need to repair, or replace, then by definition, you haven't yet ordered that part, right?
We actually have ordered additional transformers to cover the circumstances you're referring to. That's what I'm saying. I can't be exact because I can't predict the future. If I have 20 failures more than what I expect, I don't understand that. But all the ones that are known and additional spares, we have reviewed for the next 3 years.
For all the major parts in the entire T&D system.
Well, that's a different question. The answer will be no.
Okay. So fair to say that as we sit here today, there may be additional critical components for which you will have to wait years,
Probably, yes.
including ones that will take, like we were just talking about, potentially 4 years, which would go beyond the rate period.
Yes.
Is it true that materials that once took 3 to 6 months to obtain now often require 3 to 5 times longer to obtain?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the T&D system faces escalating challenges due to material shortages?
Yes.
And LUMA will have to deal with those challenges going forward, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's harder to ramp up capital projects with these challenges to the supply chain that we've been talking about than it would be without them?
It's part of the process. So, yes.
It's harder, right?
It's hard. It's hard
Yeah.
work.
It's a challenge to executability.
Yes.
And if you're trying to do a really big ramp up like LUMA is, it's even more of a challenge, right?
It's a challenge. Yes.
Okay, I'd like to talk about federal funding management through the lens of executability. Do you have in mind, I know you're also the federal funds witness, so I'm hoping you do, a total number of obligated, I'll say, federal funds related to the T&D system?
So we have over 209 projects, roughly about $5 billion submitted. That's kind of what that's what you're asking, over 209.
Well, maybe I might be using the wrong terminology here. That's why I paused, allocated versus obligated. Do you know what the overall total award is from the federal government related to the T&D system in particular? Ballpark.
Let's use 10 for these conversations. Yes.
Okay, so about 10 billion is what you're.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what's remaining, not what you've already used, right?
I wouldn't say what's out remaining, and it's not what I have already used.
Okay. Your capital projects team so far has executed, in the 4.5 years you've been here, about $1 billion of capital projects, right?
I'll say yes. And you're referring to FEMA, or are you talking about in general?
This would be total.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Over that. Yes. Over that number. Yes.
Okay. So total federally funded and NFC about $1 billion.
It's beyond that, right? We have over $2 billion, I'll call it, spent in regards to this from my executability.
Okay, so can we go to Luma Exhibit 5? Maybe you can help me understand those different numbers. It's going to be page 1, question 2. 5.00.
Can you tell me a page? Just
Yeah,
Page one?
it's actually page 1. It's
Okay,
the very first one.
okay, got it. Go ahead.
Is the clerk pulling that up? I hope.
5.0.
And while that's happening, Mr. Melendez, do you see where it says, I lead an organization of over 1,500, as we discussed, that number's no longer right, but we'll say 1,000 engineering, project management, and energy professionals who have spearheaded the effort to execute approximately $1 billion of capital projects? And the sentence continues.
Yeah, and what? I'm sorry. Which line? Just to make it quick.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
it's the second paragraph of your
80.
testimony.
it's question 2, the answer to that. If you just want to read that whole thing.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, I think the clerk does have it up now.
All right.
It starts, I lead an organization.
Yeah, you agree with that, right?
Yep.
Okay, next.
So it's 1 billion, not 2. That was what I was trying to.
Oh, okay. It's definitely it's the word and execute. Go ahead. Yes.
So it is
Still on the ground. Still on the ground. 1 billion. Yes.
one. Okay. Would you agree that Luma needs to increase its focus on reliability and resiliency programs?
Yes.
And would you also agree that Luma needs to quicken the pace of federally funded projects?
Yes.
And the reason Luma needs to quicken the pace of federally funded projects, or one of the reasons, is because of the degradation concept that you and Mr. Burgomeister have been talking about, right?
Yes.
Because basically you were saying the grid is getting worse, and so you need to intervene, do more projects, and arrest that degradation,
Yes.
right? And even reverse it.
Yes.
And the federal funds can help you do that, right?
As well. Yes.
And the faster you deploy them, the faster you can halt the degradation and turn it around, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of a June 3rd, 2025 letter from FEMA regarding over $3.6 billion in unallocated federal funds?
Trying to recall it, but let's say let's say yes, just so.
Okay, so that letter, generally speaking, it was about unallocated projects, so obligated, but
No, that is not the case.
All right,
okay, well, you tell.
are you impression of concern
So-
that it had obligated projects that had not been used yet? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that because using the word obligated project. Obligated projects are executable projects.
Okay,
I think.
all right. Well, go ahead and rephrase, please.
Okay, yes, and I'm sorry, I may be using the wrong terminology. You're the federal funds expert, but awarded and not allocated, would that be better?
So
What's the word you would use? Because the letter exists, and I'm happy to walk through it.
yeah, so there is the full grant,
Mhm.
right? The full grant includes several areas, including hazard mitigation. As an example, I'll use the word bucket of funds that need to be obligated to. And yes, that's just to get to it. There are some that are not obligated in that context, but we had submitted projects for the entirety of the grant has been obligated for execution.
Okay, but under the FAST program in particular, FEMA can actually obligate a global pool of projects, and then you can allocate within that award, right? And again, you can correct the terminology, but that's the general concept of the FAST program, right? It's so that you don't have to go project by project.
But you have to go project by project. That's what I'm trying to say. In order for you to get access to the dollars, you must reach a point of what is called obligation, which in another term will be appropriation of funds. Right now, there is a grant, and you have to be able to say, I'm going to get all these projects obligated, for which you have to go through a detailed scope of work. to be able to give, there's more to it, but just to make sure I help you to understand.
No, that's helpful. So maybe we should just back up. So if we were not in Puerto Rico and the FAST program didn't apply, the way it would work is you'd come up with one project, right? Detailed scope of work for that project. You'd submit it to FEMA for approval, right?
Mhm.
And you would go through all the processes that you've talked about, and then you would get it obligated, right?
Correct.
And you have to do that over and over and over for every project.
That
right?
is correct.
Whereas in Puerto Rico, under the FAST program, you can actually get a block obligation, or not obligation, you can get a block award or grant or whatever you want to call it, and then you can switch money between projects, right?
No, you can't. It's the
Okay,
same
so-
concept you explained before. It's the exact same thing you said before.
So what's the purpose of the FAST program then? You're saying it does nothing differently from the mainland?
I'm gonna ask her to help me with this a little bit more for you.
Yes, you have the parent PW, but you have to have the child, as we call them, every time for each project. So it's kind of the same as the 428, but we do have the ceiling that has been pre-established by FEMA in 2020.
Yeah, I think that's what I was getting at in my question, and maybe we were just had our wires crossed, but the parent obligation, that is the large $1 billion amount,
Yes.
right?
That's
And-
correct.
Yeah, and then the child, what you just called the child, those are the individual projects, right?
That's correct.
And so the benefit of the FAST program versus elsewhere is that you can get that parent obligation, right?
You have the award, not the obligation. It's not the
Okay.
same thing.
I'm sorry, terminology, award. You get the parent award, and that's in the case of Puerto Rico, billions of dollars, right?
Yes. But the
And-
individual process for each project is kind of the same of a regular 428
Well,
project.
It's not quite the same, right? Because normally if you're going in the typical process and you don't use all of the funds for a project, then you don't get that money from FEMA, right?
In terms of the process of the estimation of the entire award was the strategy was different, but in terms of the specific project,
I'm sorry.
the process is
Let's just use
very
an
similar.
example. Let's use an example to make it clear.
Okay.
Okay. So let's say you're on the mainland, you're not under FAST, you have a $1 million project, you estimated at $1 million, you go through the whole approval process, right? Are you with me?
okay. Yes.
Okay.
Objection as to relevance of mainland projects.
Well,
Just 1 second, please. I need to deal with the objection so I don't end up with a Court of Appeals loss, okay? First of all, I despair of trying to get you to change your cross-examination style, but I'm just going to make a suggestion. Sometimes if you just told the witnesses what you were suspicious about, why you think there's a particular set of facts that are inconsistent with their insistence on executability, and listen to their explanation and then shoo them up. Sometimes I think it's faster. All I can do is ask you to think about that, Mr. Brady, and go your next question.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. I'm really, at this point, just trying to get on the same page with the witnesses about terminology.
I know, sir, but this is, again, let's have this conversation for a second. Maybe you and I can reach mutuality here. The problem is that you get yourself into these details where sometimes I think it'd be faster just to get to the heart of the problem. I understand that your witnesses say there is pessimism about executability, and that one of the reasons and one of the possible evidences that supports that skepticism is that FEMA is basically saying, yo, they got this money here, will you spend it already? And they haven't spent it yet. And that's a very legitimate concern. I just think you can get there faster than going through all these steps. It's my suggestion, sir. Back to you.
I understand, Mr. Hempling. I am trying to be helpful here, and since we have a forthcoming federal funds panel, my hope is that by all of us getting on the same page about terminology and how this program works, it may bear fruit down the line when we get to that panel.
Let's hope.
Okay, so do you recall the example that I was giving you, Call, where we were with that $1 million project?
You want her to answer, or want me to answer so we can get going? Whomever you want to ask.
Well, she interjected, so I guess I'll stick with her, yeah. And then let's say you get through the project, you spend the money. Turns out you were able to do it a lot more efficiently than you thought. You only spent $500,000, right? So you would then go to FEMA and you'd ask them to give you the 500,000, right? Not the million on the mainland.
If you already have the obligation, you would have a delta from what the obligated funds and what you really needed for execution.
Right, and the delta, you wouldn't get to keep that delta. In fact, you would never even get that reimbursement, right? FEMA would just say, sorry, you spent 500,000, you get 500,000, right? It's on a reimbursement basis.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's switch to the FAST program in Puerto Rico, right? So parent and child is what we were talking about, right? So now we have that same program.
The delta will go back to the parent if that's the question.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Thank you. So it is a material difference, right? Because if you're able to do better on one project under the parent obligation.
I wouldn't call it a material difference because in terms of the estimation for the award for Puerto Rico, there was a change. So we did have to make some assumptions when we started with the estimation to get to the $1 billion that we have right now. So if we would have gone through the regular process of the 428 estimation, we would have a difference in terms of the award, the entire award for Puerto Rico.
What you call the parent award.
Exactly.
Right, but it gives Illuma the FAST program gives Illuma additional flexibility to be able to reallocate funds from one project to another, right?
It's not additional flexibility. It's flexibility within the award that we have right now.
Compared to the mainland, where FAST is not available, in the example we just went through, you have more flexibility. If FPL, let's say FPL, you know FPL, you worked for FPL, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if they go to FEMA and they are not under the FAST program, they do not get that $500,000. Like
And they don't have a
And
specified ceiling that we have.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought I would get a straight answer a lot sooner, Mr. Hempling. I'm simply asking if the FAST program in Puerto Rico versus a mainland utility not subject to the FAST program gives Illuma additional flexibility in terms of allocating money between child projects.
Then
Or
we know.
I have an objection on relevance.
The objection is overruled. What is the answer?
No.
Okay, next question.
Okay, so in the example, that $500,000 doesn't go back to the parent obligation. That's your testimony?
No, I didn't say that. I already answered that, and I said yes, that the delta goes back to the parent.
You don't get more flexibility under the FAST program than if you didn't have the FAST program?
Well, the thing is, the premise is based on flexibility, and in terms of the estimating process for the amount that Puerto Rico will from the FAST, we didn't get that flexibility, if that's the term. So that's why I'm struggling to answer the question, because now, yes, we can move the money through the projects, the child projects, but in the beginning, in the award process, now we have a contract, an award ceiling that we have to work with. So if you see the entirety of the process of establishing the FAST strategy, not necessarily I will deem it flexible.
Okay, Mr. Brady, I don't want any more tutorial on the federal funds. Let's get to the point about executability, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to understand that answer, though. It does go back to the parent obligation, right? That was what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so then being part of the parent obligation, it's now available for a child project, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's really all I was trying to get at. And I think you can give the mic back to Mr. Melendez. Oh, thank you. Okay, going back to this FEMA letter, Mr. Melendez, do you understand that FEMA requested a list of projects to make use of the unallocated funds under the parent? I guess we're calling it
I
the
have an objection that, it's an improper impeachment. If you want to show him a document and lay the foundation as to whether that letter was addressed to the witness.
I'm not impeaching him.
Well, then there's no, the cross-examination is not to bring on in new evidence, and it's hearsay.
It's not new evidence. He's aware of it. I asked him if he's aware of it. He said yes.
He said.
Next, let me hear the next question. Get to the point, Mr. Brady, please. You can do it a lot quicker. I've cross-examined a lot of witnesses. I can get things done faster. Get to the next question. Get to the point. Okay, the point is about executability. Go ahead.
So were you aware that in the letter that you said you have knowledge of, that FEMA requested a list of projects to make use of the remaining funds?
Yes.
basically FEMA was asking for a decision on how to spend the remaining funds.
Don't ask him to characterize FEMA's decision.
What was your
I was
understanding?
just gonna say,
Just answer the question, sir.
all the funds for the entire grant, Luma has submitted initial scope of work for all of it. That's the answer to what you're trying to get at. All projects, we have initially, we're required to, and we submitted initial scope of work. And we go through the process to get that obligated. In order to get it obligated, there's a series of steps, including a detailed description document that outlines what are you going to do with every dollar to allocate the entire grant. And you go through the process, and as you get more details, then you actually add, subtract as you're following the entire process. In the event you have to make a revision, there's a revision process for it. But at the end of the day, there is a ceiling. Luma has submitted initial scope of work for the entire grant.
You've told us this several times. Next question, please.
Are you aware that Luma recently proposed an amendment to its fiscal year 2026 federally funded capital budget?
Yes, I'm aware.
And that proposed amendment would have reduced the previously approved amount from $1.2 billion to $718 million.
That is correct.
And that's an over 40% reduction, right?
That is correct.
And did you know that in connection with this proposed 40% reduction in Luma's federally funded capital budget, Luma told the Energy Bureau that this reduced amount was a more accurate projection of federally funded capital investments?
As a result of changes that have been made in regards to the projects, particularly 225 projects that were deactivated.
Okay, so even though, as you said earlier, Luma needs to quicken the pace of federally funded projects, the most recent data is a substantial reduction in the amount of federally funded projects being proposed.
We have a responsibility to the people of Puerto Rico to ensure we don't put the grant at risk, which means I did not deactivate these projects. We will work on these projects if they're active. So they're not deactivated, so we have to stop, and that is reflected in the budget change.
And are you aware that the Energy Bureau denied that requested budget change?
I'm aware that they replied to it, yes.
Yeah, they issued an order denying it, right?
Yes.
Now, you submitted Sir rebuttal, correct? In this case?
Yes.
And in that Sir rebuttal, notwithstanding what we've discussed, you express confidence that Luma can execute on its capital plan, both federally funded and non-federally funded, right?
Yes.
And one of the reasons you're confident about executability is because Luma actually decided to reduce the size of its federal capital plan, right?
Don't go ahead. Yes.
That's yes, you agree with that statement?
Yeah. Yes, I'm following. If we're going to go on specific pieces on my, let's go through the pages themselves.
Sure,
So I don't
sure.
have to speculate on my answers because otherwise.
Well, okay. Go ahead. I mean, you ought to know what you said. I realize you have had a lot going on here, and it's very impressive. I'm sure everybody's impressed with, like, just like we're impressed with the cross-examination. What's the question?
Yeah, sure. I can repeat the question, or
Yeah,
you can look at your testimony.
Repeat the
Whatever you-
question.
One of the reasons you are confident in Luma's ability to execute its capital programs budget is because Luma actually decided to reduce the size of its federal capital plan, correct?
We didn't decide to reduce this. I mean, concerned about. Can we just point me to where I'm getting at? Because I'm struggling with what I'm answering.
All right.
I really am. I'm not.
I got it. I got it. It's fine.
Okay, so could we pull up Luma Exhibit 74 again? And go to, I'll wait till you're up there.
You haven't?
Yeah, I have. And tell me what page, and I'm flipping to it.
Sorry, not you. I was talking to the clerk.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Okay, but ask him the question.
Okay, so we're going to pages 26 to 27.
Yes.
I'm just waiting on the clerk. Sorry. Okay, so just kind of straddling those pages. If you could scroll down a little more. Down. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so you can take a moment to read that answer if you'd like. And this question and answer is about executability generally, right? Just let me know when you're ready. And that was to you, Mr. Melendez, sorry, not the clerk.
Understood, understood. Okay, got it.
Okay, so this question and answer is talking about strategies that Luma employed
Yep, correct.
for executability, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And the very first one in the list is, with that in mind, Luma has reduced the size of its federal capital plan, assuring that specific projects are either obligated or well along in the process. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, you read that correctly on 33A1.
See, here's the difference between you and me, Mr. Brady. I would have gotten the answer to the prior question, and then I would have put in my brief this quote, and I wouldn't have had to take 3 or 4 minutes out of 40 people sitting here for having to read something from his testimony. That's the difference between you and me. Next question.
Mr. Hempling, I appreciate the feedback. I respectfully am not sure that this hearing is the right place for us to talk about cross-examination strategy. And I have a right to cross-examine the witness on their testimony. This is, and the commissioners can hear it and do what they will.
You don't have a right to inefficient cross, and you don't have a right to an infinite number of minutes. And I'm getting close to a point where I'll put you under a time constraint, which I really don't want to do. Next question.
I'm trying to be as efficient as possible. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Melendez. In other words, Luma has lowered the goal for what it intends to spend on federally funded projects, correct?
I think that is a mixed characterization of what is stated in here, and I'll describe what I mean with that is, if you notice, we're doing a ramp up, which means instead of starting with high numbers, we're starting to do a ramp up to ensure we utilize the entire federal funding. And we learn from lessons, we apply lessons learned in regards to what it takes to obligate projects, particularly large and complex projects that have items such as environmental historical preservation. They are very, very time consuming. That's why we are moving forward with what we can at the beginning, execute everything we have obligated or has the higher confidence and obligation in the process, followed by increase in future years. That's what it means.
As you've heard, Mr. Hempling is very concerned about time. So if you could just try to keep the answers more targeted. I'm just asking you, your testimony here.
Ms. Mercado, do you think when he cites me that I'm going to object to his citing me? I'm just joking. Let's get the question out, okay? And don't interrupt the witness and don't interrupt the questioner. Next.
Okay, so you testified in your rebuttal that in order to help with executability, Luma has reduced the size of its federal capital spend, right?
At the front end, yes. On the plan, yes.
Yeah, so if this is a let's say, goalpost, like in football.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
You've lowered the goalpost.
I lowered the goalposts in the federal. That's what you're asking.
And now it's easier to kick the football over the goalpost because it's lower, right?
I don't think that's what he meant.
All right, next question.
Okay, well, what do you mean it's not what he meant? This is your testimony.
No, I say no to the goalposts. You're easier to lower the goalposts. That is not what we're referring to.
Okay, but you agree you did reduce the size of your federal capital plan.
Correct. To adjust it to the realities.
Okay, lastly, I'd like to talk about the assessment of executability. Do you know what I'm referring to there? Generally?
Yes, generally, yes.
So your department is requesting in total a 3-year budget of about $2 billion in this rate case, right?
Yes.
And that $2 billion includes both NFC and the related O&M, right?
Yes.
And as we discussed, NFC is funded by ratepayers.
Yes.
Same for O&M related to NFC, right?
Yes.
So over $1.8 billion from ratepayers for your department in
Yes.
the 3-year period. Okay, could we go to Mr. Melendez's direct testimony? That's LUMA Exhibit 5.00. And it's going to be page 29, Table 1. Page 29. Okay, and if you could just, scroll over so that chart fits on the screen.
I have it in front of me.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm talking to the clerk again.
Yeah.
I should be more specific. Okay, thank you. So looking at the capital program's total line, do you see that?
Yes.
In fiscal year 2025, the approved budget is $83.3 million, right?
That is up to 125. Yes, that's correct.
And then moving to fiscal year 2026, the total is $401.3 million.
O&M and NFC combined. Yes. Is that what it? in the
Yeah.
line, right. Yes.
Yeah, the last line.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's about a 5 times increase versus fiscal year 2025, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then going to fiscal year 2027, the number is 646.3 million total, right?
Yes.
So that's about an 8 times increase from fiscal year 2025, right?
Mhm.
And then going to the last year in the rate case period, the number is 790.7 million.
Mhm. Yes.
That's an,
Yes. Yes.
oh, thank you.
Yeah. You need it. Yes.
And that's an almost 10 times increase from fiscal year 2025, right?
Yes.
Now, you understand that the way the fiscal years work, this fiscal year 2026 is already about half over as we sit here today, right?
Yes.
And do you understand that the Bureau will not issue its final rate order until sometime toward the end of fiscal year 2026?
Yes.
In fact, that year will be just a month or two away from being over.
Yes.
So really, this is more like a 10 times increase in about 2 total years.
Yes.
It can be difficult for utilities to increase their T&D capital investment, even just by a factor of 3 to 4 in a short period, right?
Yes.
And there are constraints that typically make that kind of a ramp up challenging, aren't there?
Yes.
And thinking about your experience in the utility industry more generally, fair to say that instances of dramatic increases in capital spending are unusual?
Are unusual, but possible.
Yeah, I just asked, it's unusual, right?
Yes.
You don't see people spending 10 times their budget in 2 years very often. Have you ever done that?
In 2 years?
Yeah. Over the last 4 years, LUMA has generally fallen short of its federal capital plan, right?
Yes.
And LUMA has experienced failure to meet its schedules for federally funded work, right?
As I think I stated that. Yes.
Okay, you say in your SIR rebuttal that you have experience with utilities that achieve execution ramp-ups like what Luma is proposing here. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall. When I say like in the context of growth, yes.
But as you just said, you've never actually done
You
something.
said 2 years.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, 'cause it is 2
were
years.
very specific. You said being 2 years.
Right. Because that's what we're actually dealing with here, right?
The circumstances are much different and the scenarios are more different. So it's not a apples to apples comparison, but the principles that you will use will be the same. So I'm cautiously answer your question for that reason.
Okay, yeah, let's make it apples to apples. That's fair. The first one that you cited in your SIR rebuttal was the Jacksonville Electric Authority, right?
I think that was the first one. I don't recall, but yes, well, one of the
It was one of them.
one of the two. Yes.
Yeah, you work there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we just call that JEA to save time?
Yes. That's actually their name.
Okay, great. And you say JEA doubled its capital spending over the first year and a half of the plan, right?
That's when I was there. Yes.
And then it doubled again over the next year and a half period, right?
Yes.
So doubling, we can just call that 2 times, right?
Yes.
But as we discussed earlier, Luma's capital programs department is asking for a 5 times increase in NFC from fiscal year 25 to 26, right?
That's what the number says. Yes. When you do the math, that is the number says, but it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can talk about that with your counsel later. I'm just asking you about the numbers and trying to make it apples to apples. So fiscal 25 to 26 is a 1-year period, right?
Yes. Yes.
Whereas the JEA example you gave was a 1.5-year period, right?
That's what I mentioned. Yes.
Okay, so let's just normalize that. So 2 times in a year and a half, if you normalize it to a year, is only 1.33 times, right?
I follow your math. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
you're right in your math.
Okay.
I'll say we caution when we're saying that, right? Because you can actually buy a company and overnight invest double the amount that you have, right? Immediately go from the acquisition immediately to invest. So the answer will be yes, depending on, right? There's a lot of factors. But that's not that I know of. Not that I know of. Yeah. Yeah. Not that I know of. Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. You are right about generally what I'm trying to do, but I'm also specifically cross-examining him on his claim in his SIR rebuttal testimony that he worked at 2 utilities that, quote, involved ramp-ups like that which is proposed in this rate case.
When I'm talking about ramp-ups in general, right? They're not the same. No entity, they're not the same circumstances, right? You have to understand the facts surrounding each one of them, and that's what I was communicating right now in the context that
All right.
they are so unique positioning for Luma that is distinct to the other place.
He doesn't like the fact that you use 2 other examples which don't bear much resemblance to this example. That's what he doesn't like, and it bothers him, and he's got a point.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's let him make his point, but I think he just made his point. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
Okay, so going back to the normalization we were talking about, the JEA ramp-up would be 1.33 times per year, right?
You got the right math. Go ahead.
Okay. And since the Luma ramp-up was already in a 1-year period, as we discussed, it's 4 times or 4x, right? Sorry, can you?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And 4 over 1.33 is actually 3.85, right? Are you with me?
I will assume that you're doing your math correctly because I didn't follow, but go ahead. Let's keep going.
So the point is, what Luma is proposing here, the ramp up that Luma is proposing here compared to JEA is actually 4 times more aggressive once you normalize it to the same time period.
Let's say that happens to be the truth. Yes.
I mean, it is based on the math,
Based on the math, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you'd agree that contrary to what you said in your SIR rebuttal testimony, JEA's ramp up is not actually like that which is proposed in the rate case.
I don't agree with that statement in the context of we are operating towards a budget, which is one is approved by the PREP. If we would have more budget last year to be able to execute more than what was approved, we would have actually done more. So it's not that you have to be cautious that we have an order from the PREP to specifically execute to a specific budget, which we did. Doesn't mean that we didn't have enough work, that we're stopping, we're not having our capacity to be able to do it. That's the difference. So we, in the two, that when I said the like, that's what I'm comparing. My knowledge of what the current situation is on the system was used when I actually made that statement.
Okay, but mathematically, as we discussed, they
It's
really
simple
are-
math. Yeah, your math is yeah, but math, there's more than just math. There is capacity that Luma has and has been built that we can execute a lot more than what has been allowed by budget.
the ramp up that Luma is proposing is significantly more aggressive than what JEA achieved. 4 times so, as you said.
Yeah, right. Yes, they operated to a budget.
Okay. And then you also gave one other example, and that was ITC Holdings, right?
Yes,
And you say in your SIR rebuttal that ITC ramped up capital spending from $80 million to $800 million, right?
yes, on an annual basis. Yes.
Well, that's where I was going to go next, actually, because I read your SIR rebuttal testimony and I did not see a clear time period for those figures.
It's a good point. Actually, what's your question?
Well, no, that is my question. I mean, we can pull it up if you'd like, but I don't know what time period that ramp up is over, so I don't know how to compare it to what
That's
you're
a very good
Luma
point.
proposing.
To get to the ramp up of that number was about 3 to 4 years in the 10 time period. I'm just going off of memory from when we were doing about $100 million, and that's an example I just explained.
Okay, so let's pull that up. This is page 46 to 47 of Exhibit 74, which I think is already up. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. So can we switch from Luma Exhibit 5, which is on the screen now, over to Luma Exhibit 74? And maybe just leave the tab open like I've asked. Okay, 26 to 20 or 46 to 47. A little further. Yeah, sorry. Could you scroll? Yeah, right there. ITC Holdings. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay, so you said addressing high voltage transmission facilities across Midwest US. I built the organization and executed a ramp up of capital investment from $80 million to $800 million, with most of the growth occurring over a 4-year period. Do you see that?
That's what I just said too. Yes.
Yeah, so what I'm wondering there is you say most of the growth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ramp up.
Yeah. So how much of the growth from $80 million to $800 million did not occur within that 4-year period? Do you know?
I don't recall the exact number, so I don't want to say something I have.
And you didn't put that in your testimony, did you?
I did put these figures in the testimony, yes. But you're asking me specifically a number, I just can't.
Well, in order for us to do the kind of apples to apples comparison that we just did with JEA, I would need to know a specific time period over which the ramp up occurred. Is that fair?
Yeah, understood.
And this doesn't give me a specific time period, does it?
That doesn't.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Napany.
What subjects are you going to cover, Mr. Napany?
I'm going to be dealing with issues that Mr. Chairman raised in his report, including executability.
All right, not binding you. Give me an estimate, please.
Between an hour and a half, which is what I said yesterday, and
Yep, it's
what you
okay.
indicated you thought was reasonable.
No, thank you for quoting me in front of 40 people. Just let me process that for a moment, please. No problem.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry.
Right here. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out whether to take a break or not, but go ahead, sir.
I need the break.
Okay, all right.
I need the break.
Okay, fine. What we'll do is we're going to take 2 10-minute breaks. We're going to take 1 10-minute now, and if we need a second 10-minute, we'll take it then. So thank you, Mr. Melendez. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Thank you, Mr. Napany. We'll see everybody back at 2:55.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling.
Mr. Natpany, you're going to be questioning Mr. Shearman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Shearman, let me give you a personal reaction to your testimony so that you know at least what I am concerned about, and I imagine, well, never mind what I imagine. Again, like I said about both Mr. Hurley and Mr. Hogan and Mr. Shearman, is a lot of erudition, a lot of experience, a lot of expertise outside of Puerto Rico. And if I were the cross-examiner right now, I'd be spending a lot of time showing how little you knew about Puerto Rico. And so the question, for me is how much of this generic general knowledge about, and, long career knowledge is applicable to Puerto Rico and is particularly applicable to the specifics of LUMA. And I just want to remind you that what matters, I think, for the Energy Bureau is how we reduce the risks of underfunding and overfunding, which to me is more important than a battle between the two of you as to who knew more or who knew less about Puerto Rico. I just want people to keep the focus on what the commission has to decide, which is how much money to put in rates and not overcharging and not underproviding. All right, Mr. Natpany, welcome back. Good to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. For some reason, I have a little croak in my voice. Hopefully it will resolve itself shortly. Good afternoon, Mr. Sherman. My name is William Natpany from Cadwallader, Wickersham, and Taft, representing the intervenor bondholders here, and in particular Assured Guarantee. Just a few questions on your background. You held leadership roles at PSE&G and Con Ed before entering the consulting field, right?
No, that's not correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I had leadership roles at PSE&G in New Jersey in the generation business. At Con Edison, I was a relay engineer and therefore not a leader.
Okay, and both of these were before you entered the consulting field, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you formed a UMS group in 1989 as a global management consulting firm, right?
Yes, it was 5 years, 12 years running power plants at PSE&G, 5 years at Booz Allen and Hamilton as a consultant traveling the world for them. And then I left to found UMS Group, a consultancy focused on the international utility market, in particular benchmarking best practices across the world.
Okay, with all due respect,
One second. Mr. Sherman, you have an able counsel who will ask you to elaborate. Answer yes or no questions with yes and no. Next question, please.
And you formed UMS Group. Sorry, as a U. So, and you also formed advisory services at ISL Analytics, another consulting service. After that, correct?
Actually, that's a software business.
Software business, okay, and that's where you currently work, right?
That's correct.
So you agree with me that you have not been an employee at a utility in a leadership or any other capacity since before 1989, right?
Yeah, 35 years.
Right, over 35 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, could you
Yes.
just answer yes or no rather than for the court reporter? So the answer is yes?
The answer is yes.
Okay. You haven't worked in Puerto Rico before this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you submitted written testimony on behalf of Luma Energy LLC and Luma Energy Service Co. LLC, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Luma retained you?
Yes, they did.
And Luma
Through their attorneys, DLA Piper. Very good.
and Luma is tasked with the T&D work for PREPA, right?
Yes, that's correct.
It's not in charge of energy generation, right?
Correct.
And your testimony that you submitted is not submitted on behalf of Genera, right?
That's correct.
You were not retained by Genera, right?
Correct.
And you're not opining today on executability of Genera projects, right?
Correct.
You have not analyzed Genera executability issues, right?
Correct.
That was not within the scope of work Luma retained you, or Luma's attorneys retained you to do, right?
Correct.
And Luma is compensating you for your services at this hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the rate you are charging?
$750 per day, per hour, sorry.
How much have you invoiced so far?
I don't think we've sent an invoice yet.
All right, do you have any idea of how much you are going to invoice?
I think the contract is for $250,000.
Genera's not paying for your work, right?
Correct.
Who drafted your testimony?
I did. Well, actually, I did on 2 of the 3 parts. The third part, the investment optimization, was drafted by 2 of my executive team members at ISL.
Did anyone at Luma prepare an initial draft for your review?
No.
Can we pull up Exhibit 7515, please? And my understanding from you earlier is you have your testimony exhibits on your computer.
I do.
So, Mr. Hempling, do you want me to move forward? Thank you. Now, in your filed testimony in Exhibit 7515, you cite in a chart to NFC amounts for the Luma optimal budget and constrained budget for 2026 to 2028, right?
That's correct.
And also in that exhibit entitled Luma Budget versus Actual Performance for FEMA versus NFC budgets over past 5 years, you purport to calculate ramp-up amounts from 2025 for 2026 through 2028 for both budgets, right?
That's correct.
Now, were you involved in the preparation of this exhibit?
I was.
Did you review it before filing your testimony?
I did.
Okay, so let's look at Exhibit 7515, which is up on the screen. For the constrained budget, you use the figures 217.2 million, 369.2 million, and 462.8 million for 2026 through 2028, respectively for NFC, right?
Correct.
And you cite for source materials Exhibit 2.03 at tab 5.4.1 at the IMP-PROG sum tab, and 2.04 at tab 5.4, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And for the optimal budget, you use the figures 325.3 million, 546.9 million, and 679.5 million for 2026 through 2028, respectively, right?
That's correct.
And you again use the same source material, right?
Well, that would be the unconstrained budget.
Right.
Yes,
But it's
correct.
the Luma Exhibit 2.03 and 2.04 summaries, right?
Those are the summaries that apply to those 2 lines. Correct.
Okay. Well, let's pull up Exhibit 2.03 and go to tab 5.4.1 at the IMP-PROG sum tab. We're in 5.4.1. Is this the exhibit that you're referring to in your testimony?
I can't see that, but subject to check, I would guess so.
Okay, can you direct me to the optimal budget NFC number of 325.3 million for 2026? And if they have to scroll around,
I'm sorry, I'll have to look at the computer here.
that's fine.
I don't have that on my computer. I only have my.
Sure. And just to be clear, what I'm asking you to do is direct me to the optimal budget NFC number of 325.3 million for 2026. If you need the clerk to scroll, please tell the clerk.
Is there any way you can let me scroll? I can scroll.
What is it that you need, sir?
I need to get a bigger picture of the document itself.
Okay, let's expand the document, please.
Go to the very top, please.
Scroll to the top, please.
Higher.
Higher.
The title of the document.
Needs to see the title, sir. Needs to see the title.
I can see it. It says improvement, portfolio, and program summary.
Right.
At the bottom, sir, that's tab 5.4.1, the IMP program summary. That's what you cited to, right?
Yes. That's the
Okay,
reference
so
in the-
again, I'm just asking you to show me where the optimal budget NFC number of 325.3 million is for 2026.
So in theory, it should be the bottom of column 5. You're talking about 2026,
Yep.
correct? The bottom of column 5, which says 2026 non-federal funded CapEx.
Right,
which
and where is the $325.3 million number?
waiting for them to scroll down to the bottom. Can you scroll all the way? To the
Scroll
bottom?
down, please.
Bottom.
Mr. Napney, do you know the answer to your question?
I do. It's
Okay.
not there, is it, sir?
Okay, that's what I'm,
The $600 million number.
Right, 300 million more, right?
Uh, That is
Right, so the number you're citing,
just 1 second.
I apologize.
One
Please
second.
give me your answer.
It's not there.
602.5 million.
Okay, so the 325 million number is not there, right?
Just answer the question, sir. It's not there, right?
It's not there. Now,
Right.
can you also show me where the $546.9 million number is for the optimal budget for 2027?
Is that also missing from there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Napney? Okay, would you confirm that, Mr.
I presume.
Mr. Sherman?
so.
Okay,
So I can stipulate that the document that you pulled up, which is the document I cited, is not the document with the 325, and I presume the 546 or the 679.
all right, where'd you get those numbers from?
Okay, well, let's,
All right, go ahead, Mr. Napney. I apologize. You're doing
Thank
you're very efficient. Go right ahead.
thank you. And by the way, the actual and proposed NFC numbers for 2026, 20 to 2028 are in this document, right?
That's the wrong tab.
No, in exhibit 5.4.1.
4.1.
Right, isn't there a tab that says that the 2026 number is 602 million, column 5 at the bottom?
I don't know. 602 million is a number there. 602.5 million
Right,
is the number. What I don't know is whether or not this, because I know that the number that has been widely discussed among the Luma team is consistent with the 679 order of magnitude $1 million for the unconstrained budget in 28.
okay, sir, I'm
No,
just
that's
asking you to look at the document that you cited to.
I understand.
And in fact, for 2027, isn't the number 762.36 million for the optimal budget?
Right.
It's column 17, I think. Some are column 11. Am I correct, sir?
672.
762, right?
Can't see it now. He scrolled back up. Please scroll down. 762.357.
Okay, and then the number for 2028 is 928.33 million, right? Take a look at column 17.
Scroll down, please. All the way. 128.
Correct?
That's the number.
So the actual numbers reflected in your cited source document for the optimal budget are 602.57 million, 762.36 million, and 928.33 million for 2026 to 28, and are all significantly higher than you used in your calculation in Exhibit 75.15, correct?
The numbers in the cited source are significantly higher
Thank you.
than the numbers I use.
And now let's pull up,
Can we first look to see what's on the other tabs here?
well, you've answered my questions. But this is the tab you cited to, correct?
It is.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 2.04 and look at your other source. This would be for the constrained budget. And let's pull up tab 5.4, Improvement Program Summary, and this is in Exhibit 2.04. Are we there? Okay. And again, can you direct me to the number you used for the constrained budget NFC number of 217.2 million for 2026?
Is the answer once again, Mr. Naponi, if the number is not there?
That's my belief.
Okay, let's try to save time.
NFC to 2026, 398 million.
Okay. So your 217.2 million is not there, right?
That's correct.
And how about your number of 369.2 million for 2027? Is that number there?
Not. 84.
Significantly higher, right?
Correct.
And again, how about your number of 462.8 million for 2028? Is that there?
No, the number here is 683.
Significantly higher, right?
Correct. In all cases.
And if you had used the higher numbers actually in your source documents, that would have had a significant impact on your ramp up calculations, right?
If those numbers were the correct NFC numbers and they were used, the increase would have been about 50% more on top of the 173 and 264.
Right. So all of your ramp up percentage calculations for Luma would be significantly higher if you used the higher NFC CapEx numbers that I've pointed out to you in your source documents, right?
That's correct.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 7517. There, sir?
I'm there.
Okay. So is it fair to say that this is a chart you prepared to show the 5-year average transmission and distribution CapEx per customer?
No, it's a 2024 TND CapEx per customer broken into quartiles, the median,
Oh, okay.
the center, the high quartiles on the left and the low quartile on the right.
Thank you for your correction. And your Exhibit 75.17 relies on the same constrained and unconstrained budget information that you used in 675.15, right?
It does.
So you're relying in 7517 on the on numbers that were not in your source documents, correct?
I believe I relied on the right numbers. There was a typo.
That's not what I'm asking, sir. You didn't use the numbers in your source document,
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Now, you also seek to justify LUMA's CapEx ramp up by comparing data of other U.S. utilities in Exhibit 7518, correct?
That's correct.
And let's pull that up. But in that chart, if you recall, sir, you separate out certain utilities into two charts, right?
Transmission and T&D together.
Right.
Correct.
One based on electric transmission alone, and one that considered electric transmission and distribution together, right?
Yes.
Now, I don't see 7518 up yet. I'll scroll down a little bit. There we go. Perfect. I note in your exhibit, you don't cite any source for this information. From where did you obtain the information to calculate the ramp factors?
The underlying capital cost and the customer cost both came from Form 1 information.
Okay, so the FERC Form 1s was the source of your information?
For all of the investor-owned utilities, there are
Okay.
a handful of cooperatives and one muni that we had other sources, other public data sources.
And in the first chart, you calculate ramp ups over various periods for those utilities listed to be between 3.4 and 4.93, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's pull up Exhibit 780 at page 84 of 102. You recognize the first page of that as the FERC Form 1
Yes.
source information. That's what you used?
Yes, I didn't see the date on it.
That's fine, but that's the type of information you used.
What's the page again, please?
That's page 1, but I'm looking for the clerk to go to page 84 of 162. You're not looking, and for the clerk, it's 84 out of 162 at the PDF page, is not the page numbers at the bottom.
PDF pages.
The PDF has 262. Is it?
Well, let's look at 84, sorry.
Go to, yeah, perfect.
It is 262, I'm sorry.
PDF 84.
I think it is. Yep, thank you. So, Mr. Shearman, looking at page 84 of 162 of Exhibit 780 as an example, would you have used the numbers in line 50 as column C for the beginning of the ramp period? Line 50, column C.
Station equipment, substation
Okay.
cost.
Maybe I don't know. I can't really see the document that's up. I don't think this is the right page.
This is electric plant in service.
Oh, here we go. Okay, that's the right page.
What page do you need, sir?
Oh, it's Sorry, I'm trying to see here. I believe it's at page 84, but I don't see what I need here. Starts with the word transmission plan. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
What page?
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. So, looking at this page, sir,
What page?
I believe it's 84 out of 262.
Do you have it, Mr. Chairman?
I think so. That's
Okay.
looking at what's on the screen.
Just lost my connection. 780. Okay, looking at page 84 of Exhibit 780. This is for Public Service Electric and Gas Company, right? Yes? That's one of the ones in your first chart.
It is.
And it starts at the period at the end of 2011, correct?
Correct. 2011 Q4.
Right.
That's
And
the year end.
right. And looking at Exhibit 7518, which I know you have on your screen, for the Public Service Electric and Gas, 2011 is the first ramp year period. Right.
11 through 2014.
Right. So looking at 2011, the first question I have for you is, they do have a distribution business, correct? In addition to
Correct.
Transmission?
Yeah.
Right? And this is the page that you would have referred to get your first 2011 ramp up for transmission, correct?
So the analysis was
Just answer the question, yes or no, please.
no. This is not the page. This is the source document
The source.
that would have gone into the database that I would have used.
That's fine. That's what I was looking for, sir. And by the way, if you would look, the ramp up for distribution plant for Public Service Electric and Gas Company for 2011 was what, sir?
What was the ramp up for distribution for Public Service Electric and Gas?
For the end of 2011.
Did you ask me a question?
I asked
there?
you that, yes.
You're asking me what the ramp up was? You
Yeah,
can't.
isn't there a number under additions?
Yes, that's not a ramp up. That's the capital spend for that year.
Okay,
Yes,
is
sir.
that the number you would have used?
I would have used it if I had included PSE&G in my distribution panel. I did not include them.
Right, okay, but right. But with respect, for instance, to the transmission number that you received,
Yes,
you would have looked on this page at the addition number in column C for transmission, correct?
yes, 329 million is what it says.
And had you used the number for distribution, you would have used the number 339,014,260, correct?
Yes, but these are starting numbers, right?
Okay.
In calculating a ramp.
Right. And now let's turn to Exhibit 782 at page 84. Again, it'll be a similar type of chart.
Page again, please.
84.
84, PDF 84, please.
While we're getting that number up, let me continue with a question here. Mr. Chairman, isn't it a fact that most of the utilities that you listed in your first chart have a distribution business in addition to the electric transmission business? And which one is that?
Transmission company.
Okay. And with respect to all of the facilities in your first chart, you chose not to use distribution ramp up data, right? Or distribution data from the FERC 1 forms.
For those companies?
Right.
No, correct.
Did you even look at the distribution numbers?
No,
Right, so the answer is no. Do you know if you had added the distribution numbers into that like you did in your second chart, what the effect would have been on your ramp up numbers?
I don't know for sure, but I assume they would have been lower than the threshold we had established to the ramp up search that we were doing.
And the fact is, Luma is seeking to ramp up both transmission and distribution, right?
That's correct.
But you chose only to look at transmission in your first chart, correct?
Correct. In the first
In the first chart, that's what I said.
9 or 10 companies.
Did we, and in fact, the reason you chose not to use the distribution data is because it would have, the ramp up would have been lower than your threshold, right?
Yes, it would not have, it would not have passed the test.
Right. Did we pull up 782 yet?
Did I just hear that question and answer correctly? Let me hear that question and that answer again, please, Mr. Natpany. The reason that
The reason he did not use the distribution data in chart 1 was because then the ramp up factor would not have met his threshold.
and your answer was
Said yes.
and your answer was that's
Yes,
correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So you made an affirmative choice, did you not, to not use the distribution data in your first chart, correct?
My analysis shows.
Yes or
an
no,
average
sir?
of-
You made a conscious choice not to use it.
I have to object to that sidebar. He needs to be able to answer the question.
Well, here's the thing, Mr.
Solberg.
I know that, Mr. Soldberg. Here's the thing. It was a yes or no answer, a yes or no question. I need a yes or a no. And then there was another problem that I had with what he was saying next. But let me just go back over, Mr. Soldberg. I'm paying close attention, although I did have a little glitch in my attention right there because I was still thinking about the answer to the last question. Mr. Nappi, let me hear that again, please. I apologize. Your last question.
My last question was, and you made a conscious decision not to include the distribution plant data in your first chart because then the ramp up number would not have met your threshold.
Right. And he said correct. Now, here's what happened next. He started to explain, you cut him off because you wanted to be hearing examiner and cut him off. And that created an objection. And I'll do the cutting off, Mr. Natpany. That will help. I know, if you don't mind. I understand why you cut him off, but that's my job. Sir, just answer yes or no. You have an able counsel, many able counsel, 4 I can tell. And so somebody will help you out, sir. Next question, please.
Okay, so did we pull up exhibit 782 yet? I don't see it on my screen. Okay, and in 782, this is the FERC 1 form for PSE&G for 2014, correct?
Correct.
And that's the last year of the period you looked at for PSE&G, correct? And the column C additions number for 2014 there was $215 million, correct?
What line are you looking at? The
That would be
distribution line?
line 75.
The distribution line.
Right.
Yeah.
215 million.
What that says, yes.
So from 2021, do you remember what the number was?
11.
2011, remember what the number was?
349, I think.
Right. And now in 2014, it's 215 million, right?
They're spending less in distribution than they did
Right.
3 years earlier.
So it was a ramp down, exactly.
Correct.
Right. And because it was a ramp down, that you chose not to put it in your first chart. Isn't that right?
I have to take issue with your framing of the question. This
Go
wasn't,
ahead, I'm sorry.
this wasn't,
Let him answer.
I said, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It wasn't a conscious decision around what to include. We analyzed every company in the industry and looked for those that exceeded the growth rates that Luma was projecting or proposing. And we selected them, and there were a dozen. Some of them were in transmission only. Some of them were in transmission and distribution together. And so it wasn't a matter of deselecting companies. It was a matter of running the analysis and seeing what it told us about who the companies were that had this large ramp rate.
If you had included the distribution ramp down number for PS, E, and G, isn't it fair to say that it would have impacted your, what do you call it? Your ramp rate factor significantly?
No, not really. If you look at the transmission number, it went from 340 million up to 1.9 billion. So it went up by $1.5 billion, whereas the distribution spend went down by 100 million. So it still would have been a $1.4 billion increase on what was about a $600 million base.
But it still would have reduced the ramp factor, correct?
Well, run the numbers. I just said it was a $600 million base, and it went up by a factor of 1.4 billion. That would have been a 3-to-1 almost.
Okay, but if you had used the distribution ramp down number, your ramp factor for PS, E, and G would have been lower, correct? It's a yes or no, sir.
It would have been lower.
Okay.
Marginally so.
And with respect to all of the facilities in your first chart in 75.18, you did not consider the distribution ramp up or ramp down for those facilities, correct?
That's correct.
And let me represent to you, unless Mr. Hempling wants me to spend an hour doing this, but I won't.
I don't.
Let me represent to you that we looked at the FERC Form 1s of all the remaining facilities you listed in your first chart. And in all but one facility, the International Transmission Company, the distribution ramp up on a percentage basis was either substantially less or a ramp down. Now, to save time, I won't go through each example, but you would agree that if there was a smaller distribution ramp up for each of these facilities or a ramp down, that using that information in your first chart would have lowered your ramp factor by some degree.
Analytically or calculational wise, yes. However, it would have been irrelevant because we were looking to identify companies that would demonstrate what growth rate was possible. And in transmission, most of the work is done by contractors at all of the companies listed here, not in-house staff. And most of the distribution construction work is done by in-house staff. And so there are different pools of different pools of resources. And if you want to answer the question, what's possible, which was my purpose, then you would look for which group had the highest growth rate and use that.
Right. But again, just so we're clear, there were some facilities that you decided to use both electric transmission and distribution. That's your second chart, right?
That's correct.
And in the first chart, you only looked at electric transmission, even though the ramp up here at Luma is for both electric transmission and distribution, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for the record, so I don't have to go through this for an hour, Mr. Hempling, I would just, and to assist the commissioners, I would direct them to the following exhibits for the other companies. For Ameren, Illinois, it's exhibit 757 at 128 and 758 at 128. For Public Service Corporation of New Mexico, it's exhibit 776 at 128 and 778 at 1590. For Delmarva, it's exhibit 763 and 764. For Entergy, it's exhibit 767 and 769. For Baltimore Gas and Electric, it's Exhibit 760 and 761. For Tampa Electric, 778 and 790. And for Southern Cal Ed, 783 and 786. That just saved me about an hour.
Put it all in your brief as well. So may I interrupt for 1 second, please, Mr. Napany? I want to ask Mr. Shearman a question about this line so far. Were you done with this? Were you done with the list of companies, Ameren through BG&E, sir? Were you done with that set of questions?
Yes.
Okay, let me just follow up for a second, Mr. Shearman. You just said, quote, what's possible, close quote. Remember that?
I do.
Yeah, what's possible for whom?
What's possible in terms of growth rate
For whom?
for a utility?
A utility. Okay, well, talk to me about utilities like this utility.
Yes.
Are you saying that we should use this list of companies, most of whom I assume have been around for a century, sorry, all of whom have been around, all of whom are on mainland? Are you really asking the commission, the Energy Bureau, to accept these numbers as representative of, quote, what's possible, close quote, for our situation here? And just to add to that question so you can answer it, I thought I heard Mr. Melendez say this morning that Luma is a new company. Did you say that, Mr. Melendez? Yeah. And why was it important for you to, in that context, why was it important for you to describe Luma as a new company? Because go ahead.
So in the context, I was making a comment because I was part of ITC when ITC was formed very similarly to Luma, in which 0 employees, 38 employees, and I had to grow. Basically a startup utility in the context of that. Yes, there was a set of skill sets here in Puerto Rico for some of the nearby employees that had the opportunity, but started from 0, right? It was formed and created, and then it got the maturity to where it is today from a process and functioning.
Okay.
That's why I was contextualizing this.
Right, thank you. I'm just a lowly hearing examiner, but what I'm concerned about is if I'm assisting the Energy Bureau in writing a final order, and I'm asking myself the question: are these situations of ramp ups comparable to, in terms of, quote, what's possible, close quote? I'm having trouble getting from here to there. So I hope at some point in this cross-examination, Natpany, pursues that, or maybe you have a comment to me. Are you saying that what's possible for PSE&G in New Jersey is a useful prediction of what's possible for the Luma situation, sir?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Well, then why am I looking at this list of companies then and their ramp rates?
My mission was to evaluate and, if necessary, rebut some of the assertions made by Mr. Hogan. Mr. Hogan's assertions rested on no information or data, only his experience, and statements like many utilities are overly optimistic. And so my mission was to bring some data to bear, to provide some information to the commissioners and hopefully get a chance to opine on why I think that Luma is in a good situation to be able to deliver similar results.
So one second. So you are asserting to me that what's possible for Ameren, PSE&G, Public Service of New Mexico, SoCal Ed, Delmarva, Tampa, Entergy Arkansas, BG&E, what is possible for them is possible for the Puerto Rico situation. Is that
Mr. Humphrey? He's already answered the question, not necessarily. I don't know why we're asking it again.
Because I'm the hearing examiner, I'm asking him the question. What's your answer?
So the test that I ran and put in the testimony was the ultra conservative test. It looked at NFC only, whereas Luma's actual spend is several times that. And the ramp rate involved, if you include the FEMA monies in with NFC, is only a 100%. So a doubling of the spend between 2024 and what they're proposing in 2028. That's a much more reasonable ramp. But because I was trying to match Mr. Hogan's assertions, I took the ultra conservative approach and just looked at the ramp in NFC. But the ramp in the total is only 100%. And if I had included that in my analysis, I would have had 50 utilities to be able to show you.
All right, Mr. Shearman. Thank you, Mr. Napany.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Now, with respect to all of these facilities in your 75.18 exhibit. You haven't described in your testimony the underlying circumstances of the ramp ups, right?
That's correct.
You haven't discussed what's being ramped up or whether there are any particular circumstances concerning each of these utilities, right?
My testimony doesn't state anything.
Right. And you would agree that each utility has its own story and its own abilities with respect to execution, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you wish, I can tell you a lot of those stories.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure you and I were on the same page that every utility has its own story, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Shearman, in your testimony, you address several points made in Dr. Hurley's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And there are some points that Dr. Hurley made that you agree with, right? Some point.
I hate to interrupt, but Dr. Hurley or Mr. Hurley, whoever he is, does not have any opinions on executability, and that is where we are. So to the extent that these bear on other topics, I would make an objection.
Did you mean to refer to Mr. Hogan? Mr.
I
Napoli?
guess I did. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm
but
sorry.
that's
Yeah.
all right. That's no problem. Let's hear the question again.
My apologies to the panel. There are some points with respect to Dr. Hogan that you agree with, right? Mr. Hogan. I just promoted you. Mr. Hogan.
I know and I respect Mr. Hogan. I don't think that I, in my testimony, cited any of his points that I agreed with. I mean, I may have
Well, you
agreed that
did-
I may have agreed that ramping spend is a challenge.
Okay, well,
And
you
I
did
might have cited
agree.
some examples for that.
Okay, well, you did agree, sir, that utilities can find it difficult to increase their transmission and distribution capital investment programs by a factor of 3 or 4 in a short period, right?
Yes, I did say.
Okay. And you did agree there are several systematic constraints that typically make a rapid scale up of T&D investment challenging, right?
I did.
And you did one
Yes, sir.
and another is skilled labor gaps and turnover, right?
Yes, sir.
And another is the existence of outage windows
Agreed.
and constructability limits.
Yes.
And you also said another would be regulatory cost recovery and bill impact risks.
I don't remember that, but that sounds like it's probably correct.
And also, you said one of the constraints was what you called community acceptance and environmental justice, right?
If you say.
Okay. Would you agree that when a facility has for an extended time not expended substantial resources on capital projects, it's more difficult to engage in a substantial ramp up?
It's not difficult to engage in a substantial ramp up. It might be difficult to get community acceptance of that. That's what you're getting at. Are you getting at an affordability issue?
No. So
let's
are you?
Answer the question. Let's hear it again. It's a pretty straightforward question. Go ahead.
Would you agree that when a facility has for an extended time not expended substantial resources on capital projects, it is more difficult to engage in a substantial ramp up of capital projects?
Just to clarify, you're saying that it's harder to start from scratch and run than it is to accelerate when you're already running?
Yes.
I have to agree with that. Yes.
Okay. And you agree that PREPA is in that position, right?
Which position?
The position of not having expended substantial resources on capital projects over the last 5 years.
I think you mean LUMA.
Luma, fine.
PREPA, right? There's another factor here.
Wait a minute. Answer his question
Yes or no
first.
first.
I would agree. Please restate the question.
And you would agree that Luma was in the position of not expending substantial resources on capital projects in the last few years.
I would say until 2 years ago, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now you criticize. Give me a second here. I'm sorry. You criticized Mr. Hurley, and I do mean Mr. Hurley, for mirroring mainland best practices with respect to prioritization of projects and managing a capital program, right? Those are your words?
Yeah, if they are, I agree, subject to check.
Right. But then you also note in your testimony that you believe LUMA utilizes best practices and industry standard among regulated utilities, right?
I would hope they do, and I found that they do in my interview process.
You don't see an inconsistency with those two statements?
Absolutely not.
You also talk about engineering judgment used by LUMA, correct?
Yes,
Then you also say that engineering judgment is only an interim substitute for data-based modeling. And while it's not ideal, it's the only viable short-term approach pending data improvement. Those are your words?
not just my words, the words of EPRI and Seagray as well. They advise that in a data limited environment, that expert judgment and the kind of model that LUMA uses are the right strategies.
So engineering judgment is not ideal, but only an interim solution until LUMA can get its hands around the relevant data, correct?
Which we think is the end of 28. Yes.
So would you agree that the non-ideal interim approach is not best industry practice?
Well, it's best industry practice for a data limited environment.
You would agree that LUMA lacks much of the data and key information necessary to identify the probable benefits of each project, right?
They lack connectivity and they lack asset condition. Those are the two primary gaps in their information.
And this is still after being there for 4 years, right?
Yeah, since June 1st of 21.
So I'm correct?
Yes, that's 4 years.
And the quality, you would agree that the quality of LUMA's data and systems is insufficient to support detailed assessments of likely benefits to be captured in each specific location. For example, impacts of local factors for each asset, condition of the assets, number of downstream customers affected, access to the site, local regulations, probability of benefit achieved. Those are your words, correct?
Those are my words.
Pardon me, Mr. Hempling. I'm not sure what this has to do about executability.
Well, irrespective, it's in his testimony, and this is the only day. You don't need my permission, Mr. Hempling.
Solberg. We'll get it one day. This is not, as far as I could tell, didn't have anything to do with executability. That's the section of the case we're on. And so far, you've held us pretty tightly to those areas. So
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. I'm just noting Mr. Sherman is not going to be here again, so Mr. Sherman is not going to be here again. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Now,
I'm just explaining for the record that if it's in the man's testimony, he's got to be able to cross-examine on it, whether it's perfectly within the panel or not. And that happens. And he's your witness, and he testified outside of this subject. It's not going to kill him to defend himself. Next.
Could you tell me where in my testimony, though? You said those are your words. Could you tell me where in the testimony I used those words? What page number?
I believe it's at page 15 at lines 315 to 19. Let me know when you're ready for me to move on. Just waiting for the witness, Mr. Hempling.
Yes, I see those words. They were used in the context of,
Okay, I just asked whether those were your words and you answered me. So you criticized Mr. Hogan for not factoring into his
Hogan?
analysis,
or Hurley.
Mr. Hogan,
Okay, sorry.
for not factoring into his analysis LUMA's preparatory steps in anticipation of increased NFC spending levels, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were you aware when you did your testimony that LUMA has been laying off people?
I had heard that. I don't have any facts about it.
Okay, did you consider that in your testimony?
I did.
Or you didn't discuss it at all?
I discussed it with some of the executives at Luma to find.
Did you discuss it in your testimony?
No,
And you also, did you hear Mr. Melendez's testimony that Luma has been reducing its request for federal capital funds?
I don't think that's what he said. I think he said 225 high priority projects had been removed from the high priority list. And that was not Luma's choice. That was done outside of Luma. I believe.
Okay,
Not the expert on that.
so is it your position that you don't believe that Luma reduced its request for projects under its federal capital plan?
I'm not aware of them doing that.
You also say in your written testimony that it would have been helpful if Mr. Hurley had visited the island and interviewed Luma staff. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you know whether Luma ever made that suggestion?
I don't know that it was Luma's role to make the suggestion.
You do know that there were no depositions in this case, right?
Yes, but I don't know that it couldn't have been requested by Mr. Hurley and Luma would have considered it and likely approved it.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I have heard that suggested within Luma
Heard that suggested by whom?
by the reliability people and by some others in the operations side. I don't remember who it was.
So it's your testimony you believe in the middle of a contested litigation, they would have allowed Mr. Hurley to come and talk to Luma people?
I have to object to the premise that this is not a contested litigation. This is a rate hearing.
I'm just responding to his criticism that Mr. Hurley didn't go and interview Luma staff.
Okay. Well, he interviewed or didn't go to interview. What's it got to do with his credibility?
I'll move on. Now, you also claim that Mr. Hogan used misleading federal and NFC projects.
I did.
But in his testimony, he does disaggregate federal funding and NFC projects in multiple places, doesn't he?
But only after he made the claim that they underspent by 38 or 40 some odd percent. And the only way to come up with that number was by commingling the two. And at that point in his testimony, he didn't indicate that he had commingled the two.
But you don't disagree that he did, in fact, disaggregate federal funding and NFC in certain portions of his testimony.
Yes, but not to
Okay.
to change the conclusion he made at the beginning that they had underspent.
Now, you further assert that the rate case is centered on NFC spending. Do you recall saying that?
Mhm.
Are you suggesting that the Bureau should not be focused on the existence and use of federal funding?
I understand that's a major issue in this case.
Okay, so the rate case is centered on more than just NFC spending, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So you do think it's important for the Bureau to focus on federal funding to alleviate ratepayer burden, right?
I'm not sure if the federal funding has the stated purpose of alleviating ratepayer funding or accelerating the results to achieving mainland levels of reliability. But one of those two would be, both of those would be important to the commission. Yes.
Well, the existence of federal funding for a project does alleviate ratepayer burden, doesn't it?
Only if it's ratepayer funding. If it's in fact being accomplished in parallel, then it's accelerating the result of getting to the sustainable and reliable system that everybody wants here on
Right,
Port.
but with respect to capital projects, there are really only two sources, right? Federal funding or ratepayer funding, right?
Yes,
And if it's not being funded by the federal FEMA or other federal agencies, then ratepayers have to pick it up, right?
but ratepayers will pick it up at whatever rate the Energy Board approves. And if FEMA comes in with additional money beyond that, then the FEMA money is an accelerator of result.
I'm not getting much out of this, Mr. Napany.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that a utility's ability to execute on budgeted projects depends at least in part on the skill and experience of the utility's employees and contractors?
Yes,
Right? Some are better than others, right?
yes,
And on the employee knowledge of appropriate processes, such as for FEMA approvals, right? That's another.
another question?
Well, in other words, a utility's ability to execute on budgeted projects also depends in part on employee knowledge of the appropriate processes, such as for FEMA approvals, right?
Yes,
And do you agree here that LUMA's parent companies routinely manage annual capital spending programs many times as large as the planned NFC budgets over the next 3 years?
yes,
So LUMA and its parents are no strangers to federal funding processes and requirements, right?
I didn't say that. What I said was that they manage programs that are many times as large as the NFC budget here at Luma. I didn't say anything about their knowledge of federal funding. But I happen to believe they have learned a lot about federal funding in the last 4 years, and they've now anticipated and modified their sequencing and have taken advantage of all of those learnings to eliminate many of the obstacles that have blocked them in the past.
Now, you say that LUMA's budget spending performance across its NFC project portfolio has been near perfect over the past 4 years with virtually no underspend, right? Those are your words?
Yes, those are my words.
But you would agree that LUMA's NFC spending level over the last 4 years is significantly lower than what is being proposed for the next 4 years, right?
Yes, it's very low. It's $78 a customer compared to the other numbers I have in there. The industry average is $700 a customer, almost 10 times what Luma spends on the NFC side.
Are you of the view that I'll strike that. Now, you said in your testimony that Luma and PREPA before it have for a number of years had relatively low capital spend levels per customer, sufficiently below the lowest quartile in the industry, right?
Which is $558 a customer.
And can you,
Yes, which is $558 per customer.
can you pull up Exhibit 7517? You have that on your system, sir?
Which exhibit? I'm sorry.
Which one?
7517. This is one of the exhibits you sponsored with your testimony.
It is.
And this is where you talk about the low capital spends below industry quartiles.
It is. Well, I speak about it in my testimony as well.
Okay. You don't cite any sources for this information, do you? Asking you whether you cite any sources.
I don't know. Scroll to the bottom and look.
There are no sources there, right?
Okay. I don't.
Okay. Let's turn up Exhibit 75.5, please. Are you there, sir?
List of relevant documents reviewed.
Right. This is a list that you prepared of the documents that you reviewed in connection with your testimony.
Yes.
Can you please point out to me what source from this list you relied upon to obtain the information set forth in Exhibit 75.17?
Those would have been the FERC Form 1.
Well, can you point on the list of the things that are on the in Exhibit 75.5? Show me where your source is listed for the information in 75.17.
The title of this is List of Relevant Documents Reviewed.
Just answer the question. Is you said you relied on?
It's not there, right?
Not there.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. Let's turn to 75.16. Let me know when you're there. And here you attempt to show industry trends in average T&D capital spending levels, right?
Correct.
And this is supposedly based on industry-wide data, correct?
It's the same data you pulled up earlier on the FERC Form 1.
Well, there's no source listed here, correct?
I'm not
Say
sure.
yes or no. Is there a source
On
listed or
this
not?
page, there's no source. There may be a source earlier in the testimony as a footnote. I don't know.
Okay, do you want to point that out to me? Because I didn't see any source.
If we want to take the time, I certainly am willing to go back and look.
I don't
Well,
want to,
accept-
I don't want to, hold on. I don't want to take the time. You relied on the FERC Form 1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next question.
Your documents that you reviewed in 75.5? The list of relevant documents reviewed. Yes or no? Is it there or
It's
not?
not a document. It's a database.
Okay, it's not there, right?
It's not listed as a source.
Okay,
because,
thank you.
Because that wasn't a list of sources. It was a list of documents that I reviewed.
Now, you also state that it is considered a best practice among utilities to have more projects identified and scoped that can be executed within the current budget and year or three-year period in the case of a rate case, right?
Yes.
And that if a project is unexpectedly constrained and must be deferred, the next highest projects can be moved forward to take their place, right?
Exactly.
But an ability to complete a certain project might well show an inability to complete others, right?
Repeat that.
But an inability to complete a certain project might well show an inability to complete others, right?
No.
So you're saying an inability to complete a project will not ever show an inability to complete another project?
It can't. That's a question that can't be answered. It depends on the cause of the delay.
Okay, so it could or could not be.
Yes.
Okay. If a utility had inadequate staffing to complete a project, it's possible that that same staffing shortage could impact other projects, right?
Yes.
So, but you say it's best practice to overcommit and scope projects even when a utility knows that the projects could not be completed within the budget period.
Are those my words or yours?
I'm asking you.
Are those your words?
It doesn't matter whose word it is. It's the question that you have a legal obligation to answer, sir.
The question.
Don't interrupt me, please. He asks a question, you answer it, sir. What's the question?
Isn't it true that you believe it's best practice to overcommit and scope projects even when a utility knows that the projects could not be completed within the budget period?
Overcommitting suggests that you are making a commitment. Planning in advance for more work than you know you have budget to complete is absolutely a best practice. It helps manage the risk of all of the problems that happen in a capital program.
So do you think it's best practice to seek ratepayer money to fund projects when a utility does not expect to complete within a budget period?
I do not.
You do not. And you would agree that to do so would not be fair to ratepayers, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you looked at executability for your testimony, I just want to be clear, you didn't look at executability of projects on a project-specific basis, right?
I looked at all 14 of the programs, and I asked the questions, how do you plan this program? Where do you get your data? What kind of analysis do you do? How many projects have been identified underneath that program? And that's what allowed me to understand what the executability was for pole replacement or reconductoring or transmission line replacement or undergrounding or substation rebuilds. At that level, I did make those inquiries, and I did satisfy myself that they have done the planning to be able to execute those projects in each one of the 14 areas.
Now, Mr. Shearman, 1 second. So my interpretation of your answer is that the answer to the specific question, did you make an executability determination for specific projects, that your answer to that question is no, I did not. Am I correct?
Yes, you're right.
Next
Thank you,
question.
Mr.
Next question, please.
Now, you were in the room, and did you hear Mr. Melendez answer questions about the relevant ramp-up period not really being 3 or 4 years because it really doesn't start till the end of this fiscal year,
I did hear that.
right? So in fact, you agree that this is really more like a 2-year ramp-up than 4-year ramp-up, right?
2.5, something like
Okay.
that. Yeah, it's
Thank you.
not 3.
Mr. Hempling, give me 1 minute, I may be finished.
Thank you, Mr. Nip. Only take the minute that you need, of course. And redirect, please get ready. I know, and I was going to add a second 10-minute break. This may be useful to you. You'll let me know in a moment. Just give him the time to check his notes.
This is Commissioner Ramos. May I interject?
Mr. Hempling, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Shearman.
Okay,
Thank you,
one
Mr.
second,
Napoli.
please. Let me get the question from our commissioners, and then we'll see where we are, folks.
Okay. In relation with the ramp up analysis, Mr. Sherman, that you did of the 13 utilities, I believe, did you make an analysis relation between these ramp up rates and the electric rates of these companies?
No, I did not. But I can tell you that some of the companies were on the East Coast where the rates are higher. Some were on the West Coast where the rates are much higher.
Okay.
And some were in the Midwest where the rates are 12 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour, so much lower than the rest of the country.
Okay. No, I'm not done. You were also referring to, and I believe Mr. Melendez also, of growth of the utility. When I think of a growing utility, I imagine number of customers growing. And I understand that we need to ramp up the spending in Puerto Rico because of years of neglect, and we all know the story. So what would cause a company like, or several companies like the ones that you identified, to ramp up the spending specifically on the transmission, like you pointed out?
So transmission is a strange animal in the mainland. Many regulators have ceded control to FERC, and FERC has provided an additional ROI point on transmission capital. So utilities are all heavily incented to invest as much capital as they can on transmission as opposed to distribution. And so when the regulator the case, let's use PSE&G in New Jersey as an example. When that regulator said, we can save money by bringing in more low-cost coal power from Ohio across Pennsylvania, build a lot of transmission, PSE&G ramped from 100 million a year to $1 billion a year. And as you saw in the number from Mr. Napany, $1.4 billion finally in 2014. And so the motivation was a regulatory one and a financial incentive for the utility on transmission.
Okay, so is it correct to assume that maybe these utilities would get revenues from other utilities rather than from their end users? Do you understand my question?
I do. But we're not talking about wheeling revenues here, which is the revenue base that you get from other companies. We're talking about rate of return. And so FERC did two things. They gave them an extra percentage point on return, and they mandated that they would control it. They took it away from the state regulators. So transmission is regulated at FERC, and they get to decide the rate case. And the state regulators must pass that through to their ratepayers as additional costs. It's a pass-through. And so it wasn't a matter of them getting money from other neighboring utilities. It was a matter of them just getting more for their shareholders.
From customers, ultimately.
From customers, absolutely.
Yeah.
But my main point was to demonstrate that with the right motivation, these spending ramp rates were possible. As is demonstrated, I think there were 22 companies that we found. And if we, as I said earlier, if we only used the 100% increase, which is what I calculate with both FEMA and NFC, then there would be 50 companies, I believe, that have demonstrated that ramp rate.
But Luma has no financial incentive to ramp up because they're not in that for-profit ROI situation,
Exactly.
correct?
Exactly.
All right, Commissioner.
Their primary incentive, as I have come to know it, interviewing 20 some odd executives, is to meet the targets for reliability and sustainability on the time frame that the PREB has specified.
Thank you. I have one last thing, maybe might be backtracking a little bit, but we had a table on the screen that when we were talking about the separations.
What?
And there was what was the number of that exhibit? I didn't write it down. Employee separations.
I think it was 7515.
7515. Actually, I think it was an Excel file. Let me see. We might not need it. I just, there was a.
Commissioner, are you referring to the one about separations of employees from when Mr. Melendez?
Yes. Yes, it was during your questioning, Mr. Brading. What was the exhibit?
I'm just looking for it. One moment.
Of seconded employees. 451, okay. And then that number was subdivided, and one of the types of employees, and a type was seconded employees.
Yes.
So my question is, how can we identify the seconded employees that were separated in the reason for the separation within, because for me, if you have seconded employees that just weren't needed anymore, they wouldn't fall into any categories of reason for separation. So how do you?
Most probably, and I would have to look at the detail here, but the secondeds would be under contract ended. So remember that secondeds, we ask for secondeds for a particular specified amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
They come with an assignment, and the assignment has a beginning and an end. So once the assignment ends, the idea is that seconded would have transferred the knowledge that some local talent needs, and then they leave.
I understand that, and it would make sense if we had contract ended 147 or more. but we have 116 contract ended and
We may-
147.
I'm sorry. If we have a seconded that assignment has not yet ended, they may have personal reasons for having to go back to their area. The project may have ended before the assignment end time, or for some other reason, we may have completed the use for that seconded. Those are all reasons to terminate an assignment prior to the contract end date. Do you have anything to add?
I just want to make sure he got the answer.
Good afternoon, Attorney Pedro Vasco on behalf of OIPC, sorry. Regarding specifically about the separations of termination of employment, regarding the recently 160 approximately, it was your testimony, Ms. Gomez, you said that the impact was 60 million. Okay, and if that is regarding the 160, what is the impact of the 451, the full 451?
I don't have that number right now. I would have to get it for you, but I can get it.
Can you give an estimate? No.
No, I don't know.
Would you like me to ask Lou to provide the number?
Sure.
Okay, well, why don't you provide it, provide it in writing to council and figure out a way to get an answer on a timeline that is comfortable for everybody. Next question, please.
Yes. So just for now, we will take the 60 million figure. Those 60 million are part of the revenue requirement for this current year, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Are those 60 millions part of the revenue requirements of this current budget year?
No. I'll answer the question. The majority of it, and I'll speak for the majority of my group, and I have 1/3 of them, they're related to FEMA. A lot of these individuals from the FEMA, they're not in the revenue requirement because they're not ratepayers paid. Parts of it is, but the 60 million is a total 451. So that's what I think is best that they will get you the answer for both questions to divide what is ratepayers, what is not.
But now you're saying the 60 million are for the full 451?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that a portion of the separations, which is the basis of your question, impacts payroll that is paid by FEMA. And then the rest will be part of what paid for rate case, which is what we can give you the data. That's what I'm trying to make sure you understand the total.
All right. But there's still a part of it that is paid then by ratepayers?
Yes. And it could be included in the questions that helps so you can get the number.
So right now we don't have that specific amount, but we know that that amount is part of the revenue requirement then that is of this current fiscal year, right?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand your question. You're talking about the reduction in cost of the 451?
That is budgeted, right? For
That
this
is
current.
budgeted.
So, and if it's budget, the part that is paid by ratepayers is borne by them.
That part would be, yes.
Right. So they are paying right now for employment or employees that will no longer be used, right? The ratepayers.
Well, the reason,
Could you clear, I think it's a vague question. Could you rephrase?
Let's hear the question again, please, sir.
Okay. Basically, that amount that we don't know yet, which specifically is the amount, is being paid by ratepayers right now, right? Correct?
Well,
Correct.
I think do you know whether the amount that you're now talking about is in the rates that went into effect as of July or so of 2025? Do you know? Okay, basically, it's a technical question whether that cost was specifically identified as an element of the budget that formed the basis for the rates that are now in effect. Don't even try to answer it now if you don't know the answer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
If it's budgeted, is part of the revenue requirement.
I would say yes. I don't deal specifically with that, so that's why I'm hesitating.
So at some point, will Luma will reconcile or reimburse the amount that will not be longer needed for that specific purpose?
So I'd like to give an answer to that really quick is there's a provisional rate and a provisional budget that has been approved for this fiscal year. So that is the actual, that's what we're working towards. So long there's revenue. We are not one of the drivers for these separations, which that we're not receiving enough revenue to support that rate, right? The budget for the entire year. So the only case that we'll have to recover is if we were the only case in which we would refund customers is if we over collect, and we're not over collecting because we're actually not being funded entirely.
Yeah, I'll put it this way, Mr. Vasquez Melendez, and I have to do this on the record, but if I understand your question correctly, the only reconciliation as a matter of law, I'm just speaking as an advisor right now, as a matter of law, that can take place is a reconciliation between what the Bureau determines is the permanent rate and what the Bureau has to go into effect as the provisional rate. That's the only type of reconciliation that legally can occur. If there were a situation where a spending that was part of the budget that became the basis for current rates was not spent, there is no legal way for that to be reimbursed to ratepayers because that would be a violation of the prohibition against retroactive rate making. That sometimes does happen. For that to occur, there would have to have been a advance statement in the commission's order at the time that the original rates went into effect, making certain particular types of costs reimbursable if they were not spent. That's my understanding of the law, for what it's worth.
But wouldn't that mean that the budget was then overstated for that specific purpose?
No.
It would mean that there's a difference between what the budget was and what the outcome was. Whether that was a matter of intent or not it would be a whole different question. And I apologize for answering, but I'm trying to get through this. No, I didn't ask you to agree with me.
But the lack of cash is not necessarily the ratepayer's fault, is it? There's numerous or other circumstances that Luma has stated that they have lack of cash and it's not necessarily directed because ratepayers are not paying, isn't it?
I'm going to make an objection to the question as not capable of producing an answer that will produce useful evidence. I think for the reason that I gave.
Mr. Hemplin, basically they're stating that the reason that they are doing the layoff is lack of cash. Okay, so I'm trying to state that asking them if the lack of cash is due, it could be because other reason, not necessarily that the ratepayers are not paying what they are supposed to pay.
Okay, well, that's a question. I don't know if can a witness answer that question?
And the answer, it could. Yeah, it could be all the reasons. That's what you're asking. It could be all the reasons. But right now, we can only operate with the money received.
And the truth is that basically Luma, if at some moment they will receive the money that will be used instead to pay for those employments that are no longer, Luma will reallocate that to use to another need that the system is required.
Objection.
Isn't it?
It's a vague question, and I think it's also compounded. Started with an assumption.
All right, this is the question, but it frankly, I think it sounds like a question about regulatory policy, and I'm happy to have a list of those made so that when we have our council session, which we may have, we can discuss them. But I think what the gentleman is asking is this. May I? If there is a situation where a cost that was a basis for the approved rates becomes a cost that you do not incur, would you then use the unspent money for something else? That's the question. Is that the question, sir?
That's the question.
Okay, and do you have an answer to that? Do you know? Do you know?
We, to help answer the question, right? There's a budget, there's line items approved by the prep. In the event we have to reconcile for a justifiable reason, we'll report it to the prep.
That's the process that has been set up
That-
via the budget process.
That is
With a certain amount of permissible flexibility that you
Correct.
don't have to ask for permission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
and
that's what I'm trying to,
All
I
right.
think we have enough needs that we can justify the needs utilizing.
All right. In other words, the answer to the gentleman's question is contained within the budget protocol that the Bureau has previously approved.
Got it.
Okay.
And that protocol does require you to seek for the prep's authorization to reallocate the expense or whatever is left from one line
To
on
my
the budget.
To the best of my understanding, that is correct. Yes, sir.
Outside of a band.
That's correct. It just like he just stated, right? Whenever we have to reallocate, that has to be authorized by the prep, and then there's a due process for it.
Okay. And okay.
So at this moment, for the amount that is being undetermined yet of what is still paid by ratepayers, have Luma seek for or have given notice to the prep to use this to other purpose?
I can't say we're answering for a record. And I'm struggling with your question because
I'm going to suggest that the gentleman ask that question of Luma's counsel during the break or at some break, because I suppose that they would have either the counsel or Mr. Figueroa would have the answer to that question. Is there another question, Mr. Vasquez Melendez?
Hold on, let me see. That will be all.
Okay. I want to suggest the following for logistics. Okay. Number one, I want to take a 10-minute break now. Okay. Number two, can I have people's permission for me to find out from Mr. Victor Gonzalez what his question is, so that I can make sure off the record that it's compatible and that maybe and phrased so that it's in the most efficient way. Does anybody object to my doing that off the record? Okay, I hear no objection. Let me remind you what you can do, and it is feasible, okay, for us to do it before we die of hunger or anything else. No, I do think it's feasible. We have redirect, and council, can you just give us a non-binding estimate of your redirect? Okay, well, we have that.
Mr. Hempling,
Sure.
before we move to redirect, I just wanted to join the OIPC's request for that information.
All right.
Also clarify, because there was a colloquy about whether it would include just the ratepayer portion or also the federal portion. We would request that it includes all of the portion that I discussed with Mr. Melendez earlier, which
All right.
is that use of finite federal funds is relevant.
Let me just ask you to work with Mr. Vasquez Melendez to write it out and then converse with Luma's counsel about a comfortable time to make it happen. Okay, thank you
and then
very much.
And then I had one follow-up cross based on the OIPC cross for Mr. Melendez. One or two questions, literally.
I have questions as well.
Okay, well, 1 second. I want to get everything out on the table so that people know what to expect, because when, sir, I'm about to lose track of what I want to say, so give me a break for a second, okay? And when we're done with what we just discussed, the questions on PREPA networks and third-party attachments, I expect to be very short. The questions on permanent customer battery energy sharing program, I expect to be very short. The retail wheeling questions could take 20 minutes. And that's what we have. So it's all doable. Now, let's see, who was asking me what about who gets to go first?
Well,
All right, well, I'll take back. No, you are right, Mr. Victor Gonzalez. It is discriminatory and I withdraw the idea. It was a poor idea and I apologize. Now, Ms. Mercado, because we want to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, clarity on cross-examination. I understand that the bondholder group already exercised the right to cross-examination, and in the calendar, we don't have a right to
All right. Now, Ms. Mercado,
cross.
that-
I know you've been flexible, but I just want to state for the record that it will be a second turn of cross-examination, and we object to that, but I know you have discretion.
that's right. I'm here to help the commissioners find the best possible solutions, and everybody has done well, and that is not an objection that I think was worth making, but thank you for keeping us honest. And if I don't like the question or find it's not relevant, we're not going to allow it. And if you want to redirect on it, that's why I'm going to have it go first. All right, let's get it done now.
Good afternoon, Mr.
I didn't mean to yell. I'm just excited. Go ahead.
Do you recall a moment ago when you were being questioned by the OIPC attorneys, you said one of the drivers for the separations was not receiving enough revenue?
Correct.
And were you referring to the alleged account underfunding that came up earlier?
You're correct.
Okay, but as I discussed with Ms. Gomez, a number of other employees separated for reasons that did not have to do that with
Correct.
that, right?
Correct.
Including efficiencies that Luma was able to achieve,
Correct.
such as AI and optimization.
The examples you gave, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, let's get your questions now, please, sir. And welcome back, sir.
I have a question for
Speak into the microphone, please, sir.
I have a question for the witness. When the commissioner asked you regarding a question, you mentioned that the incentives on these transmission things was because they wanted to increase their ROI, right? Return on, okay? So my question is, you mentioned that you had conversations with 25 Luma executives, and you said that their motivation was to meet the target for reliability and sustainability that PREPA established. So my question is there a monetary incentive for Luma to do that?
My understanding is that Luma has an incentive program. I am not familiar with the terms of that incentive program, but the incentive program as a motivation never came up in my 21 interviews, not 25.
It's just that you were comparing that to an ROI, and you said that Luma was not interested in monetary things, or that's what was implied in your statement. Is that correct?
So on the mainland, especially with investor-owned utilities, they are rated by the extra FERC incentives on transmission build-out. Here, that incentive does not exist. And I'm simply saying that I do know there is an incentive program, but I'm not aware of what the measures are that allow them to earn that incentive.
Do you think it would be logical then to say that there is indeed a monetary incentive to Luma to achieve reliability and sustainability targets?
They all seem to indicate that was very important to them.
Is it also a contractual obligation that they will be violating the contract if they do not achieve?
We're not going to ask the question.
Questions regarding Mr. Melendez's statements in answer to Commissioner Mateo's questions in the subject of the DER or the distribution system improvements?
Well, let's hear the question. Because we're supposed to be talking about executability. Just hear the question. Let's go.
When I was listening
Just listen to
this hearing before, you said that we could ask all the questions. That's what I came.
Let's hear the question.
Technical evaluation is a capital letter term, right? Technical evaluation. You
Yeah.
write it in capital letters in your answers. So it's a defined term. When did Luma started doing technical evaluations?
Yeah, specific date I cannot tell you. In my time here, and I know that has been done, do the technical evaluations.
Have some been done during your time here
Yes,
and before your time here?
my understanding is yes, but I don't know the exact date.
Are the results of those technical evaluations lodged in any publicly available site?
Objection, I would say that this is beyond the topic of what we're discussing today. It's just being mindful of the witness that, the foundation should be laid with actual documents because it's a topic discussed last week.
All right. I don't want to go backwards. That's my ruling. We'll go to Commissioner Torres and then we'll take our break. Commissioner Torres. I don't want to go backwards. I want to stick with executability. That's my ruling. Commissioner Torres.
So you had said at the beginning, you said publicly before that we could come here to ask questions.
Right, but I didn't.
Regarding the T&D.
Right, but I didn't say that we were going to deviate from the schedule and go backwards. All right, that's my ruling.
I mean, I had to look at the documents, number exhibits 141 and 142 that Mercado mentioned were the basis for his answers to Commissioner Mateo.
Right,
This
but
is just to set up the basic questions that I have regarding his answer.
right, but we're on executability now. Commissioner Torres.
Yes, I want to address Mr. Hogan is there as well. Can you present? And then Mr. Hurley? Because my job here is to what Luma presented as the revenue requirement to see what exactly we need or we should take out. And I believe the three, Hogan and Hurley, are saying that Luma cannot do all these projects, that they should take money out of the revenue requirement. Is that a correct assumption, or? Hogan?
Yeah, it was
Okay,
just me.
Hogan. So, but I didn't see an amount. So I would like to see if Mr. Hogan could talk about what's the purpose of his testimony and what amount do you think we should take out of the revenue requirement that the petitioner requested?
Sure. For the record, Patrick Hogan, go by Pat. The purpose of my testimony was looking at the constraint and looking at the rate application essentially and making a determination on executability. Did I think that Luma had the ability to execute that over the 3-year rate plan? So that was really what I focused on. In arriving at my conclusion that they did not, I did not state specifically projects that should be pulled out. What I did state is, at a minimum, the starting point should be the constrained budget. I don't think they have the ability to execute on the constrained budget as presented. So that should be the starting point. And as I've sat here for the last week, I've heard many folks, the Bureau and others, question individual projects that are in that rate plan. I suspect as part of that process there'll be projects that get recommended for deferral, and I would support that because I believe that any project that gets deferred from the constrained plan will aid in the execution of the remaining projects.
Okay, so you definitely do not recommend that the optimal budget be looked at.
Absolutely not.
And then,
From an executability standpoint.
and from the constrained budget, I know you said it should be even less than what they recommend. Is there a number? Can we expect that number? Can we get that number with
I did not do that analysis. I think, as I said, that if I was sitting on the commission, or my advice to the commission is that would be my absolute starting point. And I think any projects that get recommended for deferral for other reasons benefit that. So obviously any project has risk and reward. But if there are projects, as I've sat here over the last week and I've heard many questions around individual projects and programs, I, as a commissioner, would not be concerned about deferring those because odds are they're not going to be able to deliver everything that's in their plan, is my view.
Okay. Have you been here? Have you seen this system before, the electric system of Puerto Rico?
I have not. This is my first time in Puerto Rico. I've sent crews here before, particularly during Hurricane Maria. I sent crews to help in the restoration. So I sent my team and both frontline workers and management team, and had them report to me on it at the time. But I have personally, this is my first time in Puerto Rico.
At the system as it is right now, have you seen Have you done an analysis
I've
or
not done an analysis on the existing system other than what's been presentation.
have you met with Luma's project team to analyze the projects?
I
that they've done so
relied on the
far?
reports of Luma, particularly the rate application, as well as the quarterly and annual reports. Again, my focus was on executability.
You did not meet with anybody.
No,
Okay, then how can you say that they can't execute if you haven't met with them, with the project managers and the constraints they have here, and if they've done better for the last 2 or 3 years, that they could do more projects than they have previously done in the first 2 years?
yep, it's my professional judgment. In almost 40 years in this business, I've worked in many utilities, both very small utilities and very large utilities in the first part of my career, mostly through mergers and acquisitions, and then subsequently running big portions of large utilities in the U.S. So it's my professional judgment. I've been through large ramp ups, in my career, and I've also been part of large industry groups where I've seen some of my colleagues go through large ramp ups. So it's my professional opinion, and again, I try to put myself in the shoes of the Luma team. If I was presented with this type of ramp up, one of the first things I would do is look at the execution to date. And so I'm sure we're going to go into more detail on this, but that is one of the things that I rely on. And I appreciate that there are absolutely things that that's in the testimony that is seeking to improve the plan going forward. But even in the most recent fiscal year, Luma proposed increasing their overall spend. I'm talking both federal and NFC. They increased their plan by about 50%, and they increased their execution by about 5%. So it's that type of data that I've been through in my career, and even though I haven't been on the ground here and talked to specific individuals, based on the information that I've reviewed, including the information from Luma itself and its annual reports and its quarterly reports, is what I relied on to make that judgment.
Okay, based on your experience that you mentioned, how many of that experience had bankruptcy, the utilities were under bankruptcy?
I started in a utility that was near bankruptcy and was on an island. There were electric ties to the mainland. So I've been through difficult situations, but I don't think anything compared to what you have here in Puerto Rico. It's a utility in bankruptcy. The reliability has been stated. So there's a need for work. It's again, I was focused on the ability to execute it, and there's not much in the record that would lead me to believe that the type of increase that is proposed, which I think was established earlier, which is really closer to 10 times what was achieved in the past year, is achievable. I've never seen anything close to that, and given the state of this system and some of the challenges that we've heard on workforce and supply chain and others, those are all headwinds to achieving what Luma is proposing to achieve.
Okay, based on your experience, how many companies, utilities that you have dealt with had a cash basis only type of program?
Zero
experience on that? Okay. And I'm not trying to criticize your report.
No, I'm not taking.
I'm the first one who wants to reduce disparity requirement. But I need, how we say here, carne. I need
a
base to justify that.
To put a little more fulsome answer on that. I mean, every utility has monetary constraints, has fiscal constraints. Your specific question was, this is a cash basis until Luma exits bankruptcy, and so that is very unusual, even for a utility on the mainland. The utilities in the mainland that have gone bankrupt, and there's been just very few instances of it, the availability of financing still exists to them through the bankruptcy. So I was very specific in my answer to you. That's the only place where it's cash only. But every utility has fiscal constraints.
Okay, we spoke about the Puerto Rican factor here. I think that's a big factor that we have that maybe your experience with other utilities don't have that factor. Based on what you just responded to me, would that change your conclusion?
It actually supports my conclusion. I think the challenges here are greater. Excuse me. I think the challenges here are from an executability standpoint, as well as others, but again, I'm focused on executability. I believe the challenges here are greater than just about any utility on the mainland would face in terms of executing a ramp up of this magnitude with the workforce and the other challenges that are in place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hurley?
Commissioner, what if we?
Oh, yeah.
Do you mind? Take a break first? Okay. And let's review. We still have redirect, right? Have I lost track of things? We still have redirect?
We do have redirect. And Mr. Hempling, I have a few questions for Mr. Hogan as well. I don't know if you
Well, I
want to do that
expect you,
after redirect or back when Mr. Sherman's testimony was fresher, it probably made sense to do redirect first, but
let me
it's up
think,
to you.
let me think about it at the break, because I understand the issue, okay? We're going to do the best we can here, but I think people deserve a break right now. So I've got 4:48. Let's come back at 5 o'clock. I want to remind the witnesses, short answers. Does everybody hear what I'm saying? Short answers. Listen to the question, answer the question, leave it to counsel to elaborate. That goes for everybody. Thank you. Okay, colleagues. Here is our sequence now. Everybody ready? Okay, welcome back. First of all, I want to thank everybody for their participation today, their stamina, and of course, their commitment to Puerto Rico's electric system. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Number one, Commissioner Torres is going to ask about 5 minutes of questions of Mr. Sherman. Okay, then we're going to have the redirect of Mr. Sherman so that it's proximate in time. And then we're going to have the cross of Mr. Hogan. And then we're going to have the redirect of Mr. Hogan. And then I'm going to have, and then we will go to the remaining topics. Now, concerning Mr. Gonzalez, I'm changing my ruling, but we're not going to give you the time today. So if you would just give me an estimate of the time that you would like for your questions, I will find a place on the schedule for it, and I'll let you know well in advance so that you don't have to be here when you don't want to be here. So check with me when I get to my housekeeping at the end of today. Give me your estimate, and I'll figure out within. Yes, sir. What is your estimate? Okay. 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 That's all I need to know for now. Okay. Okay. Is this questions from Mr. Shearman? Melendez? Okay, let me see what I can do about it. I'm going to handle it, okay?
Mr. Hempling,
Sure.
if I may. We had made some questions and that spurred Mr. Gonzalez's questions, and we had required Luma to put forward some information. When is Luma going to provide that information? Regarding the DER costs,
Could it be later this week? By Wednesday? Is that feasible?
yeah, so I think it would be appropriate to have Mr. Gonzalez make those questions after we have that information.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Gonzalez?
Oh.
Okay, let me try to sort this out one step at a time, okay? In other words, your thought is ask your questions today. It's going to take just a couple of minutes, and that might give the commissioners some more ideas for some more questions. Is that what your point is, sir? Okay, I just want everybody to know I want everybody out of here by Christmas. And I'm not trying to be funny. That means day by day, I have to manage this so that we all get to that point. And I appreciate this very much. So we'll take this up in housekeeping at the end of the day so that those who don't care can go, and we'll get it straightened out.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Chambers.
I just have a short request. I would also like to get out of here by Christmas. So to the extent that we have things on the agenda and we have agenda items, that we ask that everyone who has questions show up that day and ask the questions that day from now on.
I understand that. I will say, to be straight, that there has been excellent compliance with that. There will be an exception here and there, and I'm trying to manage that. But Ms. Chambers, I agree with you just 100%, and I'll do the best I can.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Humphrey.
Thank you. All right. Now, what did I say? Commissioner Torres, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you. These questions are for Mr. Sherman. I believe your testimony was talking about the reliability of Luma's, the calculation of the reliability of certain projects to determine certain projects. And the basis for your main, my understanding, your main basis was lack of data here in Puerto Rico, of Puerto Rico, and also the engineering judgment that you spoke about with the bondholder's attorney. Can you give more details on what you mean by lack of data and Mr. Hurley, and criticizing Mr. Hurley's saying that there's enough data.
So just for clarification, you want me to explain why I criticized Mr. Hurley or give him the microphone so he can criticize me after I finish talking?
Well, I was scolded because they told me that Mr. Hurley and Mr. Hogan have not been cross-examined.
Yeah.
I thought they were cross-examined when I wasn't here. So I'm going to stick to you now. And
then I can hand the microphone to Mr. Hurley.
yeah, when they get cross-examined, then we'll deal. with
Okay.
them.
Good. So there are two primary types of data that Luma is missing when it comes to calculating reliability benefits. The idea is that engineers know around the industry that if I spend so much money, I can put a recloser on this circuit, or I can underground this many spans of the circuit, or I can reconductor or change poles. They know the cost per unit to do that work. And they have historical outage data that tell them how many outages, how many customer interruptions, and how many customer minutes lost, so they can calculate SAIDI and SAFE impacts of each one of those causes, whether it's vegetation management or animal contacts, et cetera. Here at Luma, they don't have information because they have a poor connectivity model. At most other utilities, when an outage happens, they know the device, the interrupting device that was triggered, and they know where the outage fault occurred, and they know what the cause was because they find a branch on the line or a tree fell into the line, or they find a squirrel on the ground that's still smoking. So they know what caused it. And when an outage occurs, they know exactly how many customers are affected because of their connectivity model. Here, we don't have a connectivity model. So if in the control room you say, imagine a fault on this line at this specific point, they can't tell you how many customers are downstream of that because their connectivity model is not clear in the record. And so oftentimes they rely on customers to call in and say, my lights are out. Whereas elsewhere around the nation, they get what they call a last gasp from the AMI meter that says, oops, I just lost power. And so they know all of the customers that are out from the moment it happened. Here they don't have that. And unlike other utilities that have a good connectivity model and can say, here's the outage fault location, and the ADMS automatically rolls up all of the customers that are affected by that. So they don't know how many customer impacts there are from each outage. And therefore, their historical data is insufficient for use in predicting precisely if I put a recloser here, how many minutes and how many customer interruptions will I save? Or if I replace these poles, I know from a probability perspective how many poles have failed, and each time it fails, it's an 8-hour job to put it back in place. And how many customers times 8 hours gives me my customer impact. They don't have that data. They also don't have data on asset condition. So at other companies, other utilities around the world, but especially in the US, they have good data on their poles because they inspect their poles every 10 years. They go out, they drill them, and they make an assessment. They inspect the lines. They identify cross arms on the poles that are about to fall over. And so they have a much better data set that allows them to forecast when assets will start to fail. And we don't have that here in Puerto Rico. They are in the process of building it. They tell me that by the end of 28, they should have AMI, which will give them the connectivity, and they will have ADMS, which will allow them to predict when the outages will occur. But that's the end of 28 after this rate case period.
And that's what you mentioned about engineering development.
So if you look at CGRE is the European body. IEEE and NEPR-AP are the North American bodies. They're the standards bodies for the utility industry. They have guidance for many things, but one of the guidance documents they have tells you what you should do if you lack this data. And they recommend in their guidelines for data poor environments, they recommend the kind of formula. It's a rational function formula that's used, a constrained, bounded, rational function formula, which identifies the impact you can get from any reliability strategy, whether it's replacing poles or reconductoring or bringing in reclosers. And they say you should use that with engineering judgment, because most of the engineers here at LUMA have been here long before LUMA took over. There are many former PREPA employees that really know the system, and they're engineers, and they've been doing this job for many years. They really know the system, and they can tell you where the problems are and how much impact there's likely to be if I do this to the system, if I implement this program or that program. And so using that kind of method, statistical method, with their engineering judgment is, as everyone agrees, a best practice if you lack this data. So that's all I said was, if you go to Puerto Rico and you talk to the people doing this project, this work, and understand how they do the analysis, and then go and look it up in the standards books, it's there. It's the best practice. That's what I would say.
Okay, and what's your final recommendation? Because I know you criticized the Hurley report and you put bullets up what you think was wrong with it, but what would be your final recommendation to the commissioners and to the ratepayers?
My recommendation, as stated in my testimony, is that rather than force LUMA to change their method, throw out everything they're doing now, incent them to, maybe require them to, over the next 3 years, finish the AMI project, finish the ADMS project, and get the data to the reliability people so that they can be more precise in their forecast. And they can adopt a method like Mr. Hurley suggests for much more rigorous and precise estimation of reliability benefit from every dollar spent. So that's recommendation number one. With respect to Mr. Hogan's testimony, my recommendation, I mentioned earlier that PREPA has starved the system, the T&D system, for many years. We have spent very little. 3 years ago, we spent 75 million in NFC. In 2 years, 23 and 24, or 24 and 25, we spent 125 and 127 million. But when you divide that by the 1.6 million customers, it's only $75 a customer. And on the mainland, just to maintain the kind of reliability you want here, costs $500 per customer, up to $700. The average is $700. The lowest quartile is $558.
He asked for your recommendation.
My recommendation would be that you would adopt that they have suggested in the optimum capital plan for NFC. Resist the temptation to use FEMA funds to offset those NFC funds, and instead use the FEMA funds to accelerate the results so that it doesn't take you 12 or 15 years to get to the mainland level of reliability. You can get there in 8 or 10 years, and develop a narrative to explain to your constituents, the customers, explain why it is we are where we are. Essentially, we've starved the network. We're an island nation. We spend a lot on generation and on fuel, a lot more than elsewhere. But on the T&D side, if we want class reliability, then we have to pay at least this much, which is about 5 times as much as you pay today for NFC. Not total budget. You have to calculate the total budget. But for NFC, that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect of Mr. Shearman. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Hempling. Brett Solberg for LUMA. Mr. Shearman, I want to try to do this pretty quickly, okay? The first issue is on your exhibit 75.15, which is, and if we could have the clerk please pull that up, but I think Mr. Shearman has a copy of it, so we'll just dive right in. It is this LUMA budget versus actual performance for FEMA versus NFC budgets over the past 5 years. Do you see that?
I do.
And you were asked a series of questions by my friend opposite regarding where you got the source data for this. Do you recall that?
I do.
And we walked through a bunch of spreadsheets and we compared numbers and they weren't the same. Do you recall that?
They were much larger.
Okay. Let's take a look, if we could, at LUMA Exhibit 5, which is Mr. Melendez's testimony. and specifically table 1 on page 29. Mr. Sherman, do you have a copy of that, or do we have to wait for the?
I do have
Okay,
a copy, but I'm opening it.
sounds good.
What page?
It's PDF page 32. The actual number on the bottom of the page is page 29. And you'll see table 1.
See table 1.
Okay. If we compare, and what are we looking at in table 1?
You're looking at the summary of capital programs, optimal budget request for FY 26 to 28 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is optimal. If we look at your numbers for the optimal budget, 26, 27, 28, and we compare them to the capital programs budget, NFC only, in other words, the O&M portions removed. You see that for fiscal year 2026?
I do.
What number is there?
325 million.
And your number is 325.3 million. Do you see that?
I do.
And let's do the same thing just for 27, 28. Do they also look very similar to the numbers you put in this table on exhibit 7515?
547 million. I had 546.9 and 680, and I had 679.5.
Okay, so basically the same, but for rounding, let's say.
Correct.
Okay, and if we go to table 9.
In Mr. Melendez's.
In Mr. Melendez's testimony, which is on page 56.
Yes. The summary of capital programs constrained budget request for FY 26 and through FY 28.
Okay, and if we do the same exercise we did with the optimal.
Right, so Mr. Melendez says 284.3.
So if we go up, what does he say for just NFC?
Okay, just NFC is 217.2 compared to 217.2 in 9.2, and that compares to 369.2 in my exhibit. And in 28, he has 462.8, and I have 462.8.
So they're all the same.
They're all the same.
Okay, so does that refresh your recollection of where you got your data?
Yes, my data came from Mr. Melendez's testimony of those two exhibits. And I have since been advised that the source that was erroneously cited on my exhibit was more than just NFC. That's why the numbers were so much larger.
Okay.
And point of order, would we submit a revision with the proper source cited?
We can talk about that after this proceeding is over. Let's talk about 75.18, which is the benchmark table that we spent a lot of time talking about. Okay. Why did you? So for the first table, it's just transmission data. Is that right?
Correct.
Why did you not use the distribution data in the first table?
So in my testimony, I talk about rate stability and how
Microphone, please.
In my testimony, I speak of rate stability and why regulators don't like large swings or volatile spending levels, because it's difficult to explain to customers why their rates jump around. And so transmission is an easier test because it's a different regulator. It's not the state regulator. Distribution, on the other hand, is all state regulation on the mainland. And state regulators are either appointed by the governor or they're elected, but in both cases, they're very sensitive to affordability issues. And so there tends to be suppression unless there's some policy requirement. Like in California, the lid came off and they're spending a lot of money on distribution because of electric vehicle and other renewable drivers from the government and then the regulator. On T&D, electric T&D, the second chart that I put here was because when my team came back to me and said, here's the list of the companies with the greatest ramp rate over a 3-year period, sometime in the last 15 years, which was the assignment I gave them, I if we combine trans and distribution, surely there must be some companies that have ramped the total spend. And this is the list of 8 companies that they came back with that in fact had spend rates or ramp rates in excess of the, and as I said in my earlier statement, these rates are compared to the Luma NFC escalation rate. And if you combine NFC with FEMA spend, then the proposed spend in 2028 is only about twice what the actual spend was in 2025. And so it's only 100% ramp rate, a much easier test. And if that had been the standard I had specified for my team, I would have had many more companies on this list.
Mr. Napany made the point that if you had included distribution, at least with respect, I think we looked at 1 or 2 of the utilities in the transmission chart, the first chart, that you might have had a smaller ramp factor. Do you remember that?
Yes, he pointed out that Public Service Electric and Gas from New Jersey actually went down by 100 million from 340 to 200 and change in distribution, while they were going from 350 up to 1.4 billion in transmission. And all I can say is I'm very familiar with them. I happen to live in their service territory and paid their bill. And the reason that their distribution spend went down was a trade-off with the gas side of their business, where they also were asking the regulator to approve a massive increase in gas distribution spend. And so they agreed to an offset, if you will. And so that's why over that period of time, they spent so much money on the transmission, because FERC enabled them to do that. And the distribution business, they moved a lot of money over into the gas business for their GSMP, Garden State main replacement program.
So in light of what you just said and the fact that acknowledging what Mr. Napany, the point Mr. Napany was trying to make, do you think the data and what you're trying to show with these charts is still valid?
I think that there's many problems that are unique.
The next question is going to be why, so go ahead.
Yes, I think it's, yes, I think it's valid, absolutely valid. After all, having spent so little money over so long a period of time and getting the network into the deplorable condition it's in, everyone involved, I think, must look for examples of what can be done. And when you find examples of what has been done elsewhere, it doesn't necessarily mean this is what can be done in Puerto Rico or this is what should be done in Puerto Rico, but it gives you ideas and it gives you opportunity to study how they accomplish that and then ask Luma, are you doing that? It gives you information that's vital, I think, to making the decisions that you have to make.
Okay, I'd like to move to we just have a couple more topics to cover, but there were some questions about the difficulty of engaging in a ramp up in situations where there has been long-term neglect, like in PREPA's utility. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Is it your testimony that ramp up will be significantly harder in those situations, or easier, or what was your testimony?
On my cross-examination, I agreed that if you were starting from zero, then jumping to something substantial might be difficult.
Is that what we have here?
That's not my testimony. My testimony, as written, is that if we start from a low base, and Luma has been spending a pitifully low amount on NFC. When I divide it by customers, the number is $78 a customer. And $78 is so low that it almost excluded Luma from the analysis that we did. It was at the threshold of what data we should throw out because it's too low, just as we threw some data out at the top end, which was too high. And so the fact that you're spending, you have a program, you have a new team, you're not starting from scratch. And the likelihood that you will run into many of the barriers that companies spending much more than you do when they try to ramp are not going to affect you. You will not run into difficulty in permitting. You'll not run into difficulty. at least not as much as they do in other places. Now that you've learned about the impact of environmental and the need to resequence some of your projects so that the environmental comes later after you've got 2 or 3 years for the environmental review to be done. My testimony is that you should find it easier to ramp from such a low level than other companies that were already spending a lot of money and tried to ramp, as in the case of PSE&G in New Jersey.
Okay, and a couple of housekeeping issues. You wanted to explain, you were asked about your testimony on page 15, lines 315 to 319, and you tried to give context but were cut off. Would you like to give context to your answer and your testimony on page 15, 315 to 319? Just so the record's clear, would you read what's written there, please?
Consistent, so starting on line 313. Consistent with good industry practices, LUMA then applies this engineering judgment to the specifics of each circuit, segment, and asset class affected by a specific project to estimate the expected reliability benefit. In LUMA's case, however, the quality of their data and systems is insufficient to support detailed assessments of likely benefits to be captured in each specific location, i.e. impacts of local factors for each asset, such as condition of the assets, number of downstream customers affected, access to the site for implementation of the solution, local regulations, probability of benefit achieved, etc. They therefore use analytical methods such as harmonic averages for weighting annual outage data over time, and they apply simplifying assumptions such as approximately 80% of historical outages can be mitigated through asset replacement, reconfiguration, reestablishing standard clearances, etc.
Right, and I think you may have been reading slightly differently than the question that was asked by Mr. Napany, which was a little bit further down. But let's just cut to the chase. It's about engineering judgment. Is there context that you wanted to provide with respect to your answer about what LUMA's use of engineering judgment involves?
Yes, that's very similar to the answer that I gave to the commissioner.
Okay. Would you like to, anything else you want to add to that?
In the interest of time, I think that would be sufficient unless the commission has other questions they'd like to ask.
Okay. We talked about alleviating ratepayer burden. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we may have covered this, and if we have, we can move on. But what is your understanding and your recommendation to the commission on the purpose of federal funds?
My recommendation delivered to the commissioner is that if you use, I understand the affordability issue and the fact that customers can't be asked to pay a lot more than they have been paying, that you have to manage their expectations and give them appropriate messages, and then you have to deliver, or LUMA must deliver the benefits for the money that you ask them to pay. So I understand that. But given that, you have a pile of federal monies that can either be used to suppress rates so customers are not asked to pay more, which is probably the more comfortable short-term position for PREB to take, or you can use that money for what I think it was purposed for, which is to accelerate the repair and the rebuilding of the system so that rather than 12 to 15 years from now, 8 to 10 years from now, you may be able to get to mainland levels of reliability and sustainability. And that, unfortunately, will require that you ramp the NFC, the ratepayer portion of funding, to get to the point where Puerto Rico can stand on its own. It can maintain the system appropriately over time. And my testimony is that minimum for that is $425 a customer compared to the $78 they paid last year. 425 equates to about a $720 million annual NFC budget for LUMA.
Thanks, sir. And you were asked a series of questions about source documents and sources not being in footnotes and not being on documents. I just want to walk you through those very quickly. The first one I want to ask you about is Exhibit 75.17, 75.17,
Got it.
which is you provide essentially a graph showing the third median and lowest quartile of T&D capital spending. Is that right?
2024 across the industry, yes.
Where did you get that data?
That data came from FERC Form 1 information in a database that we have developed and have used for many years. We update it every year for the entire U.S. industry. And we have other sources because FERC Form 1 only includes investor-owned utility data. We have other sources for public power that we also include in this aggregate database that we use for that kind of analysis. And so this came from that database, which was probably 90% FERC data and 10% other sources, public data sources.
So if someone wanted to recreate that information, they could do it with public sources?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 75.16, industry trends, and specifically the data that's provided on here. Is that the same source?
It's the same source, yes. This is the industry average number over time. It's from 2010 through 2024.
Okay, and then you were asked, this is my final question, you were asked by Mr. Napany about your list of documents that you reviewed on 75.5. Remember that?
Yes.
And it didn't list the database, did it?
No, it did not.
Why did it not list the database?
Because it wasn't a document.
Okay, thank you. Pass the witness.
Probably a series of 3 questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were asked about information relating to the data you used in 7515, and you were pointed to 2 tables in Mr. Melendez's testimony, right?
Yes.
Did you use the information from Mr. Melendez's testimony?
Apparently.
Okay, because Mr. Melendez doesn't list any sources in his document, right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, take my word for it that there's no source listed.
Okay.
So do you now recall that you actually just took Mr. Melendez's word in the tables that he prepared?
And as in many other cases in my testimony, I should have footnoted that I was relying on the testimony of Pedro Melendez.
Okay, and last but not least, on 7517, you just responded to questions and said that you used FERC data, right?
Yes.
And you didn't indicate that in your testimony, right?
Don't know. I haven't had a chance to check the
Well,
footnotes.
so we were talking about areas where there was no source listed, right?
Those are the exhibits we were talking about.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
In my testimony, I may have. I will have an answer for you.
That's fine, but in the exhibits, you didn't indicate any sources, right?
It's a fact. If it's a fact, Mr. Napmoney, put it in your brief.
Okay. And last but not least, last question. Irrespective of whether you cited or used the FERC documents, you did not identify what utilities FERC Form 1s you looked at in making those calculations, correct?
In all of the utilities?
What utilities you used?
14 utilities? No.
Right.
The list is not there.
Okay, so you didn't give us a list. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you for that. Efficient redirect and efficient recross. That's what I like to hear. Now, this is where we stand. Ready for cross of Mr. Hogan. Moment that Mr. Hogan has been waiting for. Now, Mr. Hogan, you've been here long enough to know what I'm going to say, right?
I do.
What am I going to say?
Keep it short, answer yes or no questions with a yes or no.
And leave it to your able counsel to ask you to elaborate. And when you elaborate, don't repeat yourself. If you've already told the commissioner the answer, you don't have to say it again. It's in the record. He can put it in the brief. Okay, who's doing the cross-examination?
I am Mr. Hempling.
Welcome, Mr. Soldberg. Continue, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. I have a...
That microphone, sir.
Good afternoon.
Perfect.
I am going to skip the background question since Commissioner Torres asked you pretty much everything I was going to ask you. Okay, so we'll dig right in here. In your opinion, you didn't separate the federally funded project execution dollars from the federally funded project execution from non-federally funded capital execution when you did your initial underspend analysis, right?
The initial underspend calculation in my opening, yes.
And you never actually did an NFC underspend calculation, did you?
I did not break that out, no.
Okay. And do you disagree with Mr. Shearman? First of all, have you read Mr. Shearman's testimony?
I have, yes.
Do you disagree with him that Luma has spent mostly almost all of the NFC budgets for the last few years?
I agree. It's not surprising. It's a very small budget, and it was a flat ramp rate for the 4 years.
Are you consider yourself an expert in FEMA funding?
No.
Have you ever dealt, when you were at your utility jobs, did you ever deal with FEMA funding?
Absolutely, yes.
In what capacity?
Mostly in response to major storms, major events.
And you're familiar sort of generally then with the timing and the sometimes the bureaucratic difficulties of getting things obligated and paid?
Yes, it's part of the process.
In fact, did you hear Mr. Melendez say that funding payment by FEMA was being held up because of third-party attachments on over 8,000 poles?
I did, yeah.
Bureaucratic process that can hold up FEMA funds, but it's also third-party issues that are outside of, say, utilities control. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, again, there's a process to, when you want to put forward FEMA projects, there's a process to follow, yes.
And so when we look at the sort of underspend that you identify, virtually all of that underspend was FEMA related. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, you acknowledge.
Sorry, correction. It's federally funded, so most of it's FEMA. Yes.
DOE as well as FEMA. Okay, I'll try to correct myself and say federally funded. In fact, you acknowledge that a lot of the delays and the underspend on the federally funded side were caused, at least in part, by FEMA project review delays. Do you recall that?
I recall in the surrebuttal testimony as well as the testimony here that it was stated as a primary reason. In the information I reviewed for my testimony, one of the key things I relied on was the quarterly and annual reports, of which obligation and reimbursement was one of the reasons, but there were many other reasons as well.
And you would agree that at least some of the federal funding delays, such as the ones we just talked about with the 8,000 poles that have a third-party attachment, they're outside of LUMA's control, correct?
I would have to rely on their testimony, but again, as I said earlier, FEMA federal funding has a process. The longer you're involved in it, the more that you get understand that process and build it into your planning process.
And Commissioner Torres asked you some questions, kind of to cut to the chase. And I'll paraphrase his question and see if it makes sense. He asked you if you had a dollar amount recommendation, and you said no. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your recommendation is more qualitative, if I can put it that way, rather than quantitative. Is that right?
No, I think I said that I was presented and asked to look at the rate application from LUMA, which include both a constrained budget and an optimal budget. And looking at that and looking at the other things that I mentioned, I made a quantitative assessment at a minimum that the constrained budget is the starting point. I believe the constrained budget is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for LUMA to execute on. But I didn't go into a project by project level. Again, as I stated earlier, relying on this process here, there will be projects that get deferred as a result of this rate proceeding. And I have comfort in knowing that to the extent that those projects get deferred, it will allow LUMA more runway, more runway to deliver the projects that are still there.
And I know we've all been together for a lot of days, but it's 5:40, and I'm asking you a series of questions that are just yes or no. Okay. So if I could ask you just to say yes or no, and I'll give you a chance to explain if I want you to, okay? Okay. So did you account for any of the impact of the remedial actions in the past or the improvements to future planning and execution efforts that LUMA has made over the course of the last 4 years?
Yes.
And you characterized Luma's NFC ramp as unprecedented. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And did you benchmark that against any peer utilities that have achieved similar or comparable ramps?
I've based it on my experience.
Okay, so you didn't take the 141 utilities that are publicly regulated and sort of do an analysis.
I did not know.
Okay. Did you consider whether PREPA's historical T&D baseline being so unusually low makes the percentage increases appear larger than they would if it were a more normal level of spend in the past?
Yes.
And what's your opinion on that?
What's my opinion? Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, so the historical T&D we've already covered, right, is very low.
The NFC.
The NFC is very low for the T&D. That's right.
Correct.
And because Luma is asking for a baseline that would get it closer to sort of the bottom 30% of most mainland utilities, the difference, the delta, is still large, correct?
The delta is still large between the ask and what they've done in the past.
Right. And what I'm getting at is it's not that the amount they're asking for is unreasonable, is it?
So again, my testimony was on the executability of the plan. And when I looked at the executability of the plan, it was looking at both NFC and federally funded. And looking at the history, the only ramp up was in the federally funded. There was no ramp up in the NFC, so there's really nothing to compare it to in that regard.
I understand. Okay, so you're not challenging, for example, Mr. Burgermeister's testimony earlier that the system is in dire need of capital investment.
That was not part of my analysis.
Okay, and you don't have an opinion on that one way or the other?
It was not part of my analysis.
Okay, so you're not saying that, for example, if the PREB awarded the optimal budget and Luma could spend it, that the system doesn't require it. That's not what you're saying, right?
I'm saying that if they were awarded the full optimal budget, they are likely not to my testimony.
So they just
thus the customers won't get the benefit.
They just wouldn't be able to spend it, right?
Sorry?
In other words, they wouldn't be able to spend it
They
within
wouldn't
that.
be able to execute on the projects and the money that would follow that.
I understand. Okay. Did you evaluate the specific, what they call in engineering speak, ramp enablers that Luma has implemented, meaning the stage gate plan, the standardized design packages, early procurement, master services agreements, things like that?
Yes.
Tell me what you did there.
I reviewed the items that you talked about. I believe in the testimony of the gentleman here that have put that together. I also believe they are not new documents that were just created in June or July of this year. So it's part of my understanding and evaluation is that those are things that have been in place and would have and could have allowed Luma to achieve the ramp rates that they have. They just haven't been able to achieve the ramp rates that they planned for. And thus, I don't think they're going to be able to achieve the ramp rates that they're proposing going forward.
And again, those were all federal funding or federally funded ramp rate, right? And not NFC?
That's the only budget that was ramping up. The NFC was not ramping up. If the ask was for the same NFC, I would 100% agree that Luma could deliver the NFC at the current budget levels.
Could they deliver 2 times that?
I don't. In combination with the federal funds, I would say probably not.
3 times that?
If they couldn't do 2 times, they probably couldn't do 3.
Oh, you said you don't think they could deliver $200 million in capital spend?
With combined with the federal plan that they have that they've published.
And that's a quantitative analysis done with what data?
As I said earlier, it's looking at the plan that they've put in place. My judgment in having done this for almost 40 years and looking at the execution rate, particularly the most recent execution rate. As I said to Commissioner Torres, as recently as the last fiscal year, which now there's 3 or 4 years of operation, lessons learned, remedial actions. They put forward a plan that increased their proposed spending on federal funds by 50%, and they ramped up their execution by 5%. So those are the challenges that I see that make it unlikely to be able to ramp up both NFC and federally funded at the same time.
When you talk about the federally funded metrics, you didn't control for the fact that you didn't control for what was out of their control in that analysis, did you?
I controlled for what Luma stated that they were going to be able to achieve, which I assume they, at 3 or 4 years in, that they understand those challenges and would have put that into their plan, and they weren't able to execute on that. So yes, I did consider it.
But you don't know why they weren't able to execute. You just say you were looking at a. You start again. Did you look at a post hoc explanation about why they were unable to achieve the federally funded spend that they expected to achieve in the past?
Yes.
And what were those reasons?
As you've indicated many times, obligation and reimbursement was one of the reasons given. Engineering scope changes, workforce challenges, late engineering starts. There's a myriad of reasons given in their annual and quarterly reports for the underspend. And my recollection is on any of those annual reports, it wasn't stated that the obligation and reimbursement was the primary reason. I'm aware that in this hearing and in the rebuttal testimony it's been given, but in the documents I relied on to produce my testimony, it was one of the reasons given among many others.
One of the answers you gave to Commissioner Torres puzzles me, and I wonder if you can help us all understand. You said that if we defer projects, that the customers will benefit. And I'm curious about how a customer benefits from deferring a project that's supposed to improve safety and safety.
I'd object to the characterization of the witness's answer.
Did I characterize your answer correctly?
Say it again.
Oh, so Commissioner Torres asked you a question about deferral. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recommended deferring projects at the Bureau's discretion. Do you recall that?
Yeah. What I believe his question was, and how I answered it was, as part of this rate proceeding, I've sat here and listened to Luma be questioned on many individual projects and programs by both the Bureau and by others. Having been in this business, I understand that one of the likely outcomes of that process is there are going to be individual projects and programs that are deferred simply based on this proceeding. And all I was adding to that was to the extent that projects get deferred, they are not put in rates. They are not those rates aren't collected from customers because if they were put in rates and they were collected from customers and they weren't executed on, then the customer is paying for projects that don't deliver the reliability benefits that was stated.
I see. So your testimony is not that if your testimony is that if you collect money and then don't spend it, that's bad.
My testimony is if you collect money for a project and you don't execute on that project and thus don't spend the money, but it's really more about the execution, and you don't execute on that project, then the customers are not getting the benefit that they're paying for.
So we had some testimony earlier, I forget who it was from, I want to see if you agree with it, about having a bunch of projects in a queue, in a pipeline has been referred. Do you know what I'm talking about? And would you agree with the testimony from Luma and Mr. Shearman that having multiple projects in a pipeline by order of priority is a very good thing?
I agree with that.
And so if, for example, Luma, for whatever reason, couldn't execute on project number 12, it moves on to project 13. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And would you support a recommendation to the PREB that essentially, if the PREB were to award the optimal budget for NFC spend, would you support a situation or a plan in which Luma submitted those sorts of projects in order of priority to the PREB and moved, let's say for whatever reason, number 12 isn't executable, that Luma moves to number 13? No. Why not?
Using your example, if there's 13 projects in the plan and I feel that Luma could only execute 8 of them, I would suggest to the PREB, if I were the PREB, I would fund it at 8. And then you have 9, 10, 11, and 12. If 7, 8, and 9 get canceled, then but they ought to, in my view, they ought to fund it at a level that they think Luma can execute at, and not above that.
Do you dispute that distribution outage duration has declined since 2021?
Do I dispute that?
Yeah.
No.
Do you dispute that early distribution automation is delivering more than a 20% SAIDI improvement on equipped circuits?
I haven't studied it, but that doesn't surprise me.
You didn't analyze Luma's recovery and transformation framework, did you?
Their recovery and transformation framework?
RTF?
Yes, I'm aware of it, but again, I believe it's not something that was just developed in June or July of this year. I think it's something that's been in place to help them with their past performance as well.
Have you noted that the PREB has already set fiscal year 2026 NFC baseline materially above 2025 actuals?
In their provisional rate order?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't have an opinion on whether Luma is underspending on fiscal year 2026 money, do you?
No, I don't.
I think we've already covered this, but I hand wrote a note, which usually means it's important. It's common in the industry to prioritize capital projects due to a lot of issues: resource availability, sequencing, change in circumstances, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some testimony in your written testimony suggesting, and I'll just tell you the way it came to me was that Luma was incentivized to over collect money. You're not saying that, are you?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
What I stated on over collection is that my belief is that there is a constrained budget and an optimal budget put in place. Luma is likely not able to execute on that. If rates are set at that level and my understanding comes true, then that differential is what customers are paying for without the requisite benefits, the reliability and resiliency benefits. That was my statement on over collection. I didn't state any motive or anything else.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. A very efficient cross-examination. Give me a second to remember what has to happen next. I'm about to go to redirect. Ms. Mercado, what are you looking at me for?
No, I have a couple of questions to Mr. Melendez on redirect. I know it was this morning that he testified on executability, but I do have a few questions.
Did we not do that already?
No.
Well, let's get the redirect on what just happened, since they may want to go home instead of listening to you do more redirect. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind you.
Okay, well, I must have left that out. I apologize, gentlemen.
We have no redirect, so Ms. Mercado is free to proceed.
Okay, well, before I forget something else, let me make sure that that's all that's left between now and the and the next topic. Go ahead, Ms. And I want to make one more announcement. Retail wheeling, I'm going to move to the customer experience panel. Mr. Burgermeister is Ms. Courtney Lane will be asking those questions. The questions are of Mr. Burgermeister. I checked and I saw that he was on that panel. And if there's no objection, it is part of customer experience. That's where I'm going to put it. Everybody okay with that? And I'll remind us when I go through the housekeeping. Second, please. I'm looking, 1 second, please. Yes, that's what the current schedule says, and that is what I expect to stick with. Okay, and it's only a half-hour questions, and you're welcome to talk to Ms. Lane about them ahead of time. I'll give you her contact information. Go ahead, gentlemen. I'm sorry, what am I saying? Redirect?
Yes.
There is no recross. Just a sec, I apologize. There is no redirect of Mr. Hogan. And
That's
so
correct.
we will now go to the omitted redirect by Ms. Mercado of Mr. Melendez.
Yes. Margarita Mercado Chegaray for Luma. I would like Luma Exhibit 5 to be shown, please, to the witness, page 29. Do you have it in front of you? Luma Exhibit 5. It's Table 1, Summary of Capital Programs Optimal Budget Request for Fiscal Year 26 through 28.
Yes.
Great. You remember that earlier this morning, Brother Counsel was asking you questions about the budget figures shown in this Table 1, correct?
Yes.
And the questions were posed in context of discussing the ramp up between fiscal year 2025 through 26, 27, and 28 on the NFC budget request, correct?
Yes.
You remember that there was questions about the 83.3 figure, right, in fiscal year 2025 approved budget.
Yes.
Okay, does that number 83.3 million, which is the fiscal year 25 approved budget, is that all the Energy Bureau needs to consider to determine in the forward-looking years if your proposed ramp-up is executable?
No.
Explain why not.
That's the approved budget for we needed to execute, and that portion on, I'm going to hone in on the $53 million. It's in a specific set of projects that were asked of us to execute to address and execute the budget. As we look forward, Luma has significant amount of projects already designed, ready on the pipeline to go and move forward through the fiscal year of FY26. And in addition, that is only the capital programs NFC dollars for Luma. In addition to doing that, there are several other considerations such as equipment and asset at hand, ramp ups associated with on-hand material that were considered when we actually set up the 2026 to 2028.
In considering the ramp up that Luma could manage within the rate period, did you consider supply chain constraints?
Yeah, that was considered as part of the assessment. Yes.
Okay. You were also asked questions, maybe question 33 of Exhibit 5 to refresh your memory. I know it was earlier, so sorry, double check. It's not a question, but in mindful of time, do you remember questioning about how Luma has tailored the federal funded budget for the rate period, correct?
Yes, I recall that. Yes.
Okay, and you were asked questions about how you have scaled the federal funded request, correct?
Yes.
Could you explain how Luma, with lessons learned from the past, has scaled the federal funded budget in the forward-looking periods?
Recognizing the pace of the obligation processes that we're faced and also the complexity of the future, we believe that the obligations will take months, in some cases years. The majority of the work that is, I'll call it front-ended on this, is work that is either obligated or is at the front, but it is at the final stages of obligation from an executability perspective to allow us to continue working through the process. It's part of the strategy associated to how to maximize both dollars.
And you were asked whether Luma had lowered the goalpost, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you said your response was?
No.
Could you explain your response?
I think the strategy that we are implementing is one that maximizes the ability of funds that both exist. One is ensuring that the dollars that are coming from ratepayers allow us to help us with coming out of the dire need that the system has from out of service equipment, a lot of unreliable conditions and unsafe conditions that exist in the system and address those, and then maximize the FEMA dollars to continue that acceleration of benefits for our customers in a longer term period.
Okay. You're speaking about acceleration and customer benefits. Could you elaborate what you mean by customer benefits?
It is important that both things need to occur, not one, in which when we're executing substation work, distribution work, transmission work, they all need to be in harmony, and it has to also account for the federal dollars from an obligation perspective. So is the complexities of what I just discussed have been our lessons learned so far, and we believe that the allocations that we have provide that balance and also the immediate impact that the system needs, particularly with recovering the system, which is the first step that we've been talking about, the dire needs that Kevin mentioned earlier. That focuses on out of service equipment, out of service lines, and unsafe conditions.
Just one final question. I don't think it's showing, but back to table 1 of Luma Exhibit 5, a summary of capital programs optimal budget. This, as we established before, shows a ramp up of NFC proposed spending in the rate period, correct?
Table 1?
Yeah, table 1.
Yes.
Okay. Is that ramp up necessary for the T&D system needs?
Yes.
Explain why.
We have over 25 transformers that are out of service. We have 50 lines that are out of service for transmission. We have about 50 transformers that are in critical conditions. I call it in ICU, that they are prone to failure. We have a lot of broken poles conditions in the system. We believe that deploying distribution automation, as shared not that long ago, provides a lot of value to our customers to reduce the impacts, the frequency of outages, and the duration of outages. So that ramp up allows us to be able to do all these things.
Is Luma capable of executing this optimal budget NFC request?
Yes.
Explain why.
Not only we have built the organization and equipped ourselves for us, we also have a workforce waiting for us, which means we have a lot of contractors here on island that are working throughout in the various projects throughout. Having difficulties with this, right? We have various contractors already in place. Hit that mic. There you go. I think this is better. Sorry for. We have contracts already in place of the size and the capabilities to be able to execute those things. Were not in existence when Luma started, so we are prepared for that. We also have a significant amount of material on hand. We have over 21,000 poles in our system, over 5,000 reclosers in our warehouses ready to be deployed. We have a lot of luminaries and poles to be able to be deployed. We have transformers that are on barges coming on island. There are a lot of them that are being either produced on final stages. We're doing the factory acceptance testing associated with it. A lot of material is already being fabricated, so we're not starting to contracting anything. A lot of these things are already in production on slots, which is one of the most difficult things to do. We have over 500 breakers that are either produced or on island. So that the amount of equipment is critical. And then the workforce to execute alongside is key. And the third, we have a lot of engineering on the shelf to be able to execute this work.
Could you repeat the last part? Sorry.
Engineering designs already on our shelf. And I'll give you a little bit of some facts and figures. We have 11 substation project is $196 million, 11 transmission lines, $277 million, 112 distribution projects, about $680 million that are shovel ready.
Could you explain what you mean by shovel ready for the record?
That we are actually waiting for dollars to be able to execute them.
No more questions.
Networks, where I have only a few questions. I'm going to deal with that in the on the revenue requirement panel. That'll go into my notes tomorrow morning. So we're not going to do that today. I already said that retail willing will move to customer experience. So that means that all that is left is the third-party attachments. And then I'll discuss with you customer battery energy sharing program. And this is Mr. Jorge Camacho, my excellent colleague, and he will handle the questions on this next subject of third-party attachments. Mr. Camacho, welcome.
Okay, thank you for burning the midnight oil. I know that.
Quickly, just quickly. This is Javier Rua process. I was waiting for housekeeping, but if it's not going to happen, just wanted to make sure that there's no hearings on Wednesday. Is that okay?
Wednesday.
There was a mention of on pending DER analysis, and we want to reserve the right to counter to cross if that's going to happen.
I beg your pardon?
We want to reserve the right to cross if new DR analysis will be filed.
So, thank you for reminding me of that. So here comes the housekeeping on that topic. What's going to happen on that topic? I promised I would let Mr. Victor Gonzalez ask that very limited number of questions today, and the reason for doing that is to see whether that prompted any more questions from the commissioners, and then we will. When all that information comes into the commissioners, I will consult with them and we will find a slot somewhere because there was actually space in the days, just not tonight. Okay, so you keep reminding me and I'll keep not forgetting.
And you mentioned, Your Honor, that there's going to be an order tomorrow?
I'm going to put out an order tomorrow morning that summarizes all the housekeeping things, and it will also include an order on the say-so motion relating to the questions that were asked the other day. I've got that all in mind.
On that topic, with respect, during the weekend, we sent a motion on this whole issue on the DER information, just to flag it to you.
I missed that.
Okay.
I missed that, and I don't know what that's about, so you better resend it. That's what I love, more motions at 7 p.m. at night. Just send it again because I didn't get it, and I want to move on to the questions now. What's the matter, Ms. Mercado?
I'm just wondering the same, but maybe I haven't checked my email.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody relax. Okay, everybody relax, and because I'm about to make a mistake if I go too fast. So let's slow down.
This Commissioner Ramos, I'm confused. Rua, are you referring to the motion to strike from the record? This is the same motion.
Wait a second. Maybe we're not clear. I received a motion over the weekend. I think it was Sunday night relating to the motion to strike.
Correct.
I will handle that in tomorrow morning's order. And that is my answer. So there's not some other motion.
No, it's that motion.
Okay. We okay now? The motion that came in on Sunday evening was a motion to strike relating to the commissioner's questions. I got it, and I assume everybody else got it. Okay, and I will issue an order along with everything else on that tomorrow morning. Well, I will. What I'll do is I'll probably email it, and then Secretary Sonia will make it official sometime late morning. She has other things to do besides putting out my orders. Everybody ready? All right, welcome, Mr. Camacho. Very glad to have you, sir.
We're going to be brief so we can get you out of here. So let's go ahead and put Ms. Aponte, please, PC Exhibit 681, and what that comes up. Actually, what I'm looking at, we discussed some of the TPA issues earlier today, so we are going to just want to concentrate on table 2 of that Exhibit 681. And in the meantime, while that is being put up, I would like to get a little bit of background if possible. My understanding is that Exhibit 681 was sponsored by Mr. Melendez. So are you familiar that the Energy Bureau established, that was between the Energy Bureau and the Telecommunications Bureau, established jointly a working group? They is a Grupo de Trabajo de Uso Mancomunado Seguro.
Yes.
And okay, fantastic. That's beautiful because it's going to make it easy.
Thank you for sending in Spanish, by the way, because it's exactly how I remember it.
Right. And then, yeah, and we also have an acronym, is the GTUMS, that just attaches to the Spanish version. Okay, fantastic. So let's go ahead and look. Yeah, Ms. Aponte, the second page is a table. All right. So, Mr. Melendez. Okay, yeah. So yeah, really quick, I'm pretty sure you got this in the back of your head. So do you know how many distribution poles does Luma operate and maintain?
The exact amount is unknown.
Mhm.
We don't know the exact amount, but we have estimated across the system over 700,000.
700,000. So have you done an audit? Our understanding is that there were some budgets allocated to do a system audit. Has some kind of audit been performed to obtain that kind of asset data?
There has been some assessments being done, but it's more statistical, not the entire system.
And what do we need to, what would you need to get that done?
A lot of dollars just to start with that, right? And the resources to be able to do an audit to the entire system. We're talking about thousands of poles across the entire system. Just to put things in perspective, there were poles that were installed in the secondary during the Hurricane Maria that are not recorded. So we'll have to actually go on inventory of what we have, and reconciling this will be a time-consuming, lengthy process to be able to do the entirety of the system.
So this is a rate revision petition. I mean, if we put that on money figures, how much do you need?
I wouldn't be able to give you the exact amount, unfortunately, because I'll have to actually do a calculation of what we have done so far to subtract what we have validated, and then make a determination of the labor associated with that and be able to resource that particular activity.
Something that you can do, right?
Well, from a feasibility perspective, yes, you need fund and resources to be able to do it.
Okay. So I think you spoke earlier today about the unauthorized TPAs. You mentioned about 12,000. So who pays for these? You need to address these unauthorized TPAs. So who pays for the efforts to remediate that these attachers are unauthorized on your distribution poles?
So let me first help clarify a statement you made. It's 1,200, 1,200. I want to make sure because
yeah,
just so we're both on the. And you ask who pays for that?
Yeah, if you need to go and remediate, they're attached. They don't have authorization to be attached. So if you go and do a removal, or you actually do you write a notice to the company that you believe is unauthorized, who pays for those kinds of actions?
So the first step, I think you touched on it, right? It gets identified and a notification is made to make sure that it gets removed and worked out with the third-party attacher entity that will be the first. It is their responsibility to remove it. And then we will oversee that is actually done.
Okay, so the efforts, who pays for those efforts?
For the original efforts is part of the management and planning of the system.
So this is somewhere in what you propose?
So
I'm trying to get at it, if they're unauthorized, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why does the electric ratepayer have to pay for something that they're not supposed to be doing?
Yeah, I think it's ambiguous in terms of what exact cost you're looking for. If you could be more precise, is it the cost of the notice?
Let's start with the notice.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that if they don't pay attention, eventually you are going to remove the attachment. So who pays for all that?
So I might solicit help when I answer this from our legal team. So the sending of the notice is part of the cost of being the planner of the system from a Luma perspective, right? So that labor that associated with it will be Luma is covering as part of the revenue requirement or the actual payments of the attachers that come through. Because it's their responsibility to do it, they cover the cost for the attacher. We have not initiated that I know of, and I'm just speaking of my knowledge, in which we actually make the removal. If we were to do this, we will actually bill them associated with the work. So if I were to send Sarah to remove that attachment, I will make sure I cover that, and I'll send them we have a cost that we incur and you have to pay us. So that will be the mechanism legally.
Got it. So have you removed any unauthorized attachments?
Can you personally? I have no knowledge to have done it, so I'll ask Angel if he has more knowledge than I have.
Good afternoon, Angel Roger Sabat, Chief Legal Officer of Luma. we do not have knowledge of removing, but we have identified unauthorized attachers, and we're dealing with that telecommunications carrier demanding payment for the time used, and we're also not only warning them that removal will be warranted if not paid, but we're also looking for assessing a fee because the regulation that PREPA has does not provide for a fee to remove or for a fee of not being unauthorized, of having an unauthorized attachment. So we're in this legal, let's call it, I'm not going to say limbo, but there's a gap that we're going to address now with this process of negotiation that we're doing with all telecom carriers. But at least I know of one telecom carrier that it has been warned of the unauthorized use. It will be billed for the time in that system that it has been attached in the system, and we're also addressing the issue of doing this unauthorized because it is fair for the other telecom carriers who have gone through the process to file and to proceed with a petition to attach to poles, and we have one carrier that has not done so. So we're in the process of identified. Again, unfortunately, as Mr. Melendez stated, we don't have a base data, a very good, accurate inventory of attachments in our poles.
But if you go to Liberty, will they tell you? They should know what they attach.
That is, for example, the two, without naming, right?
Well, we got them right there.
Okay. The two main users of the two main attachers have come, and we've been actually discussing numbers where their numbers do not
match with ours.
Match with ours, with the ones that we get from PREPA. All right. But we're in that process, and those two communication providers are sitting down with us and discussing to get a better picture for the future. So we mean more accurate. And as a matter of fact, the negotiations that are currently ongoing to eventually, which what I stated this morning, to have a uniform rate. And when I mean uniform rate, even though I stated earlier this morning to Commissioner question that it was a rate, it's because we still have not agreed upon it. But we're seeking to have a uniform rate, so there's no, and it will be, there are many rates in the FCC formula, but we'll try to reach a rate that will be applied to everyone. So we have a future with a new pole attachment rate, and as we go on forward with the inventory, have a better accurate inventory. Hence, what we'll be collecting in the next fiscal year, once we have the agreement in place, will eventually be increased as we get more data as to the actual inventory.
Got it. No, I appreciate that. So I got two more questions, but I want to touch into the attachment rates, right? So one of the things that we did during the working group, there were some issues in regards to using the FCC formula. There was some data that was missing from the FERC Form 1. Do you have all the FERC Form 1 data that you may need if you want to use that formula?
I would have to, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I will have to check with my team. I do know that it's a very complex and technical exercise, but I do understand that my team has reviewed according to all applicable regulation, not only FCC guidelines, but also Regulation 9090 of the Puerto Rico Telecommunications Board.
Because one of the things that you may want to look into, for example, account 364, poles, towers, and fixtures. And there's one more, Ms. Aponte, that whenever you get a chance, if you can actually pull up, but in a minute, I just want to finish with that table. But so you have it on queue, Exhibit 542.2. There's some things that, when we started this some time ago, that was an issue that the data was not there. It appears that the data is appearing. So I will encourage to look at what is out there. So you could use, something that it may be across the board, easier to use, because the last question in regards to the attachments, the rentals. So when you're saying you're negotiating with the companies, these are expenses that you're incurring to negotiate with the companies.
Well, we're doing internally with my legal internal team too. So we do have a consultant that is assisting us, but but it's more internal.
Will you consider that using the FCC formula as it stands, if you had the data, will be easier to implement for the attachment rates?
Definitely will. And that's what we are striving for with agreeing, and because this is not being dealt particularly with each telecommunication carrier. We've met with all of them too. So we have already warned them that's where we are striving to get. But eventually, individually, we have to reach some agreements too.
Got it. Yeah, got it. Okay, so let's go ahead and Ms. Aponte, let's go back to the table. I got one question on the table, and then we're gonna go back to 542.2. But let's go, Ms. Aponte, to the one we had before, which is 681, page 2. And then when we are going to look into that table, and what we're looking for is the following, and this may be whoever believes is more equipped to answer. So when we look at that table, we're going to see, I believe I counted 13 companies.
Yes.
And I'm going to look at the ones that they come across as the ones with the biggest invoices. And this is going to be Liberty Communications of Puerto Rico. This is public. Anybody can get to it and they can see the numbers. And also Liberty Mobile of Puerto Rico, Inc. And what I'm seeing is what we're seeing, our team, is that every year they get an invoice and every year they don't pay, right? So we did quick math, and it appears that there's about 7.5 million between fiscal year 22 and 24, which they have been invoiced, they don't pay. And we want to understand, please explain why these payments are not being made.
Sorry, for Margarita Mercado for Luma. For clarity of the record, can you repeat the exhibit number? I'm not being able to match that number with this topic, but maybe.
Yeah. So let's go to exhibit 681. That will be table 80-1 on page 2.
Okay, so now.
Beautiful. Yeah, I know it's late.
No, okay.
So first of all, the data that you're seeing on the screen in regards to collected for the fiscal year, it is in regards to transactionally, we have sent the invoices. I'll ask Sarah from our billing system that she can help you a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like this one.
Thank you. Sarah Hanley. So to answer your question, this is TPA billing is something that's actually new to Luma, and based on my knowledge, PREPA had not been doing it regularly either. A third party actually just caught up the PREPA third party attachment billing for the years prior to Luma's takeover in calendar year 2025. Similarly, I believe it was late 2024, early 2025, Luma billed for all 3 fiscal years at once. So that's why you're not seeing regular collections, because they received the invoices in bulk for multiple years.
If I may add, Angel Roger Sabat for Luma, Chief Legal Officer, they disputed those invoices.
Yep.
For example, with Claro, there was a dispute of all those invoices, but we settled all disputes and a payment was made for all pending fiscal years from FY22 to FY25. So at least now we have Claro current.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same issue that has Hub 787 prior to all years prior to Luma that were not collected for TPAs. Since 2017, they had not been collected. So for fiscal year 2018 until fiscal year 21, Hub 787 acquired that task to invoice and collect from the telecommunications carrier for those fiscal years. And it is my understanding, at least with Claro, they also had disputes and they reached an agreement for a payment. So, and we're currently, I can tell you that as of last week, we're discussing with Liberty all those four fiscal years.
So when you said that you batched the invoices, when was it that you sent those batched invoices?
It would have been late 2024 or early 2025. I apologize, I can't remember the exact month, but it was within the last 12 months.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, the last 12 months.
So maybe about a year.
Yeah.
Okay, but you have, so as of today, November 17th, they have not paid.
We've collected over $2.4 million as of the end of last month. And then again, because of the contesting of the invoices and also the ongoing negotiations that Angel's team is handling to get new contracts in place that may end up requiring some rebilling, we have a standard collections process in place. So that is something that we are prepared once all of those negotiations are settled to start a collections process.
I would like to add that one of the disputes that we have with those telecom carriers is precisely the inventory of attachments. We have one number that we inherited from PREPA. They have another number. Sometimes they even have stated, you are using our poles. So it's not easy, but I think, and I see your concern with Liberty Communications. I can tell you that we're in very advanced negotiations to get those fiscal years to be paid. It will be an increment. It will be a good amount of money that will come into the system. And again, we're trying to clean the house. So for the future, the TPA won't be a headache that it has been.
Yeah, got it. So let's go ahead, Ms. Aponte. Let's put up 542.2, and then I'm going to have a last question while she's pulling that up. So, and I think this was brought up by the YPC. It appears that, if we look at what you have been doing for the past 3 years, that you're invoicing about 4 million a year, roughly, right? But then, yeah, are you invoicing about 4 million a year?
Based on the years that we have invoiced, yes, that's the average.
So, but then when you actually present what are the expected revenues from TPAs, you're telling the Energy Bureau, well, really for 26 is about 400,000, and 400,000, which is about 10% of what you should be invoicing. What is the reason for that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not familiar with that 400,000 number.
Right. So when you go to Luma Schedule B7, that's your projected revenues. You have is a one pager. Let me see if I got so Schedule B7 is
I'm not from. I would have to see the schedule. I'm not familiar with that 400,000. I'm not sure where we would have come up with that. It may have been an estimate based on us being very early in negotiations. We were not getting a large amount of revenue, but I would say that since we've advanced in those negotiations, that I would anticipate that number to be much higher.
So what will be a reasonable amount?
I can't say with a high level of confidence.
Even though I'm the lawyer, I can. Again, this is subject to reaching a new pole attachment rate, complying with Regulation 9090 and FCC formula. A projected conservative estimate will be 3.5 million a year.
Okay, which is a lot better from what we got.
And we are striving to fix this like now, so we can go on.
So 542.2, and then I think we should be.
What page? 542.2.
Oh, that's right. Let's go to page 14. Well, 1 second.
Is this a Sergeant Lundy report?
Yeah, that's our Lundy report. Let's go to page 15 of 41. That's the PDF page. Yeah, the exhibit number is 542.2. So really, you go to exhibit 542, and then whenever you get into it, you're going to see .1 and .2. You want to pull up .2.
This Commissioner Ramos, while we look for that, you've mentioned, Mr. Roger, you mentioned the FCC formula various times today.
Yes, sir.
Is this a really simple formula, straightforward?
No, actually I can't even explain it. And I recognize that. Then again, I'm new to the third-party attachment world, but what I read in preparing for the negotiations with our first telecommunications carrier it was a headache. So, but it's not as simple. Actually, you can end up with what is called a blended rate. A rate for telephone is different than a rate for cable TV.
Well,
So
that used to be that way. It's not anymore.
again, I'm not
So-
the expert, but I'm telling you that at least what I've received from my team, it's not as simple.
Okay. The issue I see is getting 13 or 14 different parties to agree
Mm-hmm.
on a really complex formula that has large number of variables that go into it. And you've been, again, Luma has been trying to negotiate with all these parties for several years now.
That's why that is why I'm now in the mix, and we're meeting with all of them.
Yeah.
I just don't see a resolve.
Give me a chance, and we'll see.
So I appreciate just a feedback for the question. We have been able to have successful, very positive conversations with several of them. I think it's a matter of getting through the tax brackets and then take the appropriate step after that.
And with that in mind, and to Commissioner Ramos, the formula is doable if we got the information. At that time, several years ago, we didn't. I will encourage you to look at this information.
Yep.
There's some good information that you can use into a formula that may help you out.
And that's from the attachment. Sorry.
Yeah, that's 542.2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me jot down.
Thank you so much, folks. That's what I had.
Mr. Hampton. Yes. Just one question, Attorney Pedro Vasquez on behalf of the IPC. Mr. Roger, you say basically being optimistic, you can make revenues like 3.5 million per year, right?
Very conservative, because again, we haven't reached a settlement. I mean, pardon me, we haven't agreed to a new pole attachment rate. Now, with the range that we have internally, I've asked for a forecast, and a conservative forecast will be 3.5 million per year.
But yet, as we discussed this morning, the expenses that are budgeted are 8.7 million. So we'll still be having a negative cost for that will be bear by the customer of $5.2 million, right?
The answer will be based on the engineering components associated with it. That will be the case.
Yes.
Thank you.
But pardon me, in the negotiation, we can address matters, for example, pole load analysis, carriers have to carry it. If you're not going to carry it, we'll bill it for you.
We'll bill it for you.
So, I mean, again, I want to also establish penalties and fines accordingly with the use of third-party attachments.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, you had, I think, a very brief line of questions. Is that correct? All right, let's ask them now. Ms. Mercado, what is it?
I'm sorry, is this on TPAs or something else?
It's on something else. You want to follow up on TPAs?
Briefly, yes. And I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Sabat or Mr. Melendez, so whichever one of you.
Sure.
You referenced earlier that there are 1,200 unauthorized TPAs.
That is correct.
Okay, and just to put this into kind of a more commonly understandable topic, this is kind of like somebody renting an apartment, right? This is
correct.
And NEPR-AP owns the apartment.
Yes.
And the TPA attacher is the renter, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we say unauthorized TPAs, that's basically like a squatter, right?
Yes, this is someone who got into, yes.
Yeah, they're living in the apartment, they're not paying the rent, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Okay, and if you're a landlord and you have that situation, you give them warnings. You said you've done that, right? And then you evict them, right?
Yes.
But I also heard you say that you have not actually made any removals of these squatters.
Correct.
So isn't that the way you get people to either pay you as a renter or get out of Dodge?
That is correct. You could.
Yeah. So why aren't you doing that?
So I'll answer the why. I think he just explained, right? There's discrepancies in the system, right, on how we're managing the entire negotiations or including part of the conversations, those negotiations. But remember, we're asking them to act on it. And then the next step will be legal action. So it's not that we don't want to do it. We're taking the steps to get there.
But wouldn't it give Luma a better position in those negotiations if you went out and actually started taking these things down?
Yes, but we have to also exercise some cautions in regards to, they might be critical infrastructure communications on those assets, so we are working with them, right, in an accordant way, but you are correct.
But that's their problem, right? Not Luma's, but their infrastructure.
But let me add, it will be also issue of public safety.
Yes.
Because what are we gonna do with those cables? I mean, are we gonna just leave them in the sidewalk? Just leave them hanging? I mean, so it's not as easy as
cut it.
As evicting a squatter or a tenant that is not paying.
Okay, but I mean, some of these are like cell phone companies, right? Claro is a cell phone company.
Cell phone, and there's also cable. Still, we got wire there.
Right. So if Claro's customers lose service, then those customers are probably going to call Claro. Why don't I have any cell service?
But don't use Claro because you're basing your question that Claro has unauthorized use of attachments.
I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, but again, that is the approach that we're doing, to have them sit down on the table and being stern in our warnings.
But you could be a lot more stern if you actually evicted them.
Yes.
Okay. May I? Okay. I understand what you're trying to achieve, but you have to remember that here in Puerto Rico, telecommunication is defined as a basic service. So there is a public interest to keep the service for the people of Puerto Rico. So in their dealing, they have to have this in mind. It's not as easy as somebody get into your apartment and you evict him. So there is a fine and different approach that I think that Luma is following.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you promised short. Please go ahead. Please continue. And hold on, that's a lot. Which how many exhibits are you talking about, sir? All right, but I got to write them down so that the clerk can put them up.
It's exhibit 141, 142, and 12.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Exhibit 141, exhibit 142, and exhibit 205.
Okay, 141, 142, and 205. But why don't you start while the exhibits are going up? Can you please?
Well, I would request that the witness be shown the exhibits because this is a topic that was discussed last week that I thought we were going to defer. But, I think the witness should be shown the exhibit first.
Just hear the question while it's coming up anyway. What's the question?
Are technical evaluations paid by ratepayers?
What's the answer?
Technical evaluations of what? I just want to make sure I don't even know yet what topic I'm referring to, just so you know. Are we talking about?
Technical evaluation capital letters, which is something that you define in exhibits 141 and 142, are they paid by all ratepayers?
Again, the witness should be shown the document.
Right,
It's a different topic.
Take a minute and look at it.
Yeah, thank you. Can you zoom in a little bit, please? Oh, I think I could answer because you're talking about supplemental studies.
No, there's two things. I'm talking about technical evaluations, and you clearly say that they are paid by all ratepayers. I just want to establish that's your statement.
Objection, argumentative.
Just have you found the place on the document, sir,
No.
where you talk about technical evaluation?
No, that's exactly why I'm trying.
Where is it on the document, Mr. Gonzalez? You see it yet, Mr. Melendez?
It's not in this response. They define technical evaluation he's making reference to.
Mr. Gonzalez, the problem right now is that he doesn't know what you're referring to or what you want to ask.
Your answer of
Which exhibit?
141, Pedro Melendez on letter A.
All right. Do you have 141 there? Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to do this tonight, okay? We're done. We're going to have you write up the questions in writing, and I'm going to ask you to give them to Ms. Mercado, and Ms. Mercado's going to give them to Mr. Melendez, and Mr. Melendez, the next time he appears, which will be when? With, you're on the multi, are you on the, 1 second, please. Because we really want to get good answers to this, and we're not going to get them this late. So, Mr. Melendez, you come back on multi-utility, correct? Yes, you do.
Do I? When is
Yes,
that?
you do. All right.
I thought it was December 8th, FEMA, and that was it.
Okay, here's what I'm going to ask Council for Luma to do. I'm going to ask Council for Luma to coordinate with Mr. Gonzalez to find out what the questions are and the sources of those questions, and to get answers. And we'll find a way to put those answers and questions into the record during the next time that Mr. Melendez is here. Because I'm concerned that at this point, we're just not going to get the best answers in the most efficient way. And I think people have been extraordinarily patient with me and with each other today. And I greatly appreciate that. Ms. Mercado, do I have your agreement to do that?
No.
And Mr. Gonzalez, is that okay with you, sir? Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody. I will try my hardest not to let us go this late again. It's on all of us, right? Maybe you know Garrett Hardin's famous essay on the tragedy of the commons. The commons is the number of hours that we have between now and December 19th, the number of hours that we can stand of each other and the subject, each day. And everybody respect the commons and try to use it most efficiently. That's on every one of us, including, I am not going to put on out tomorrow morning because I have to prepare on generation. I'll put it out on Wednesday morning. So no housekeeping tonight, no housekeeping tomorrow morning, housekeeping by order on Wednesday morning. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. That's all.